when you're here. I see I have one viewer. I don't know if that's me though. I hope my quality is fine. Turned it up pretty loud, but because I noticed I was quieter on the other stream, so if it's too loud, let me know. I'll turn it down.
それが申し訳ございません。
Just gonna wait just in case until you respond. What? Oh. Okay, you're in. Uh, tell me how the volume is. I'll talk while the people are talking. So. Oh, the fuck? Oh, okay.
無線機の故障
Alright,
か
tell me if it's good or not.
それ以外
Is
の
it
理由
louder
に
than
よ
what
るもの
he's
かは
saying,
分かり
or
ませんが
is it just right or fine balance? Let me know. Music's slightly loud. I can turn that down. Oh shit, I don't know if that's too quiet. Is this fine? Or should I turn the music lower? Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Damn it. Okay, never mind. Oh, you need the music louder? That's too quiet now. That shit. Wait, it's silent as. Alright. Alright, what about now? Damn, I hate how there's latency, dude. He replied like a minute later, bruh. Whatever, it's fine. Wait, is it really fine? Is it? What do you... Dude, I can change the volume. I can change the settings. It's fine. I need this shit perfect. Cause these settings are gonna be what I'm gonna have the whole playthrough. So you gotta let me know right now. So I don't have to change this shit anymore. I put it slightly lower, but I don't know if this is... It's fine? Are you sure? Alright, when I look at the VOD and I see it's not fine, I'm gonna get on your ass. This has been best so far. Alright. Alright. Close this. Full screen. Autoplay.
なんや警察に連絡がつかんのか電話も無線もどっちもダメなんか
申し訳ございません。月曜の朝に船が来ることになっていますので、その船の通信機を借りることができると思います。
この島には船はないんか新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはできんのか
秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまではどうにもなりません。
クラウス様のボートは今修理中で島にございません。
Wait, what? Wait, it's
で
not.
すので月曜の船を待つほかないかと。
そんなアホな話があるか。6人も死んだやで。そして電話も無線も通じず、船もない。台風が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか。
ってことはつまり俺たちだけじゃなくおじさんたちを殺した犯人もこの島から出られず足止めってことだな。
そういうことになるね。みんなを殺した犯人はまだこの島にいる。
親父たちを殺した奴はこの島から逃げ出せずまだ潜んでやがるってことかよ。くそ見つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。
Okay,
私が
assuming it's a
この手で
guy.
やっ先にしてやる。
I like that. Actually, I don't like that. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about.
おー、ジェシカお姉ちゃん、誰か死んじゃったの？
Whoa! The way she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, "Can't you tell just by looking at me, overwhelmed with grief?" She flared up at Maria.
死んじまったぜ。みんな私の親父もパトラの父さんと母さんもコーダさんもシャノンも、そしてマリアの母さんも。
よすんだジェシカちゃん。
Yeah. God.
悲しいのは君だけじゃない。
マリアさん、
Okay, well,
ショックだろうな。
that covers that, Isaac.
聞いてください。あなたのお母さんがな死んでしまいました。
ママが死んじゃった？おー。
ああ、誰かに殺されちまった。悲しいだろうがよ。心をしっかり。
何人死んじゃった？
6人だぜ。6人だ。くそあんな残酷なことしやがって。踊ってもんがあるだろうがよ。人間ならよ、誰だか知らねえが犯人は人間じゃねえぜ。血の色が赤いわけがねえ。
犯人は人間じゃない。鍵が選んだ生贄なだけ。
おい、マリア。今、なんて言った？
Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava had returned from their trip to see grandfather.
無線でも連絡できない？こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
申し訳ございません。毎年保守点検はさせているはずなのですが。
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？そういうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
そのような設備はございません。申し訳ございません。
Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it into the parlor.
なぜ朝食をこちらに？
ああ、夏木さん、それは後で話す。それよりエヴァ、お父さんはどうなんや？
ご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になっても 部屋から出ませんか？
いないわ。部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
Okay.
なんやて？
Why did... Ooh, okay, every time there's a sound like that. Why, I wonder. I'm gonna save it just in case, I don't know.
こんな時にどこ行ったんや？
親方様が書斎を出られたというのですか？
そうです。私も驚いています。いつの間に部屋を出たのやら。あなたたちに心当たりはないのですか？
Natsuhi looked at Genji and Cannon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room.
僕たちにも見当がつきません。
ご存知の通り、親方様はあの書斎の中にお休みの場所からご不浄まで全てを設けさせました。親方様があの部屋をお出になることなどよっぽどのことがない限り考えられません。
となると、なんや、そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるんか。
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。とにかく気まぐれな方ですから、現状をご存知なくお一人で散歩をされている可能性もあります。仮にそうだとしたら、一刻も早く現状をお知らせしてご指示を仰がねばなりません。そうね、考えたくはないけど、お父様の身に何かあったのかもしれないしね。そのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。
No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. Tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Hirokinjima. I wonder how close we are. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course no one made much progress. Then, we began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kirie, Aunt Rosa, Goda, and Shannon, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses, and yet we still couldn't contact the police since both the phones and the radio were unusable. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, Grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Goda hadn't made breakfast, so Grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. Wait, hold on, let me pause this. So, didn't Natsuhi talk to his, she talked to Kinzo in the morning, right? Yeah, before they found out about the bodies, he was there in his study, but now he's gone when they came back and realized it. Alright. According to my aunts, on their way back from Kinzo's study, they searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall, and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather has already been killed, and dragged to some strange place, which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing.
私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりを確認してきます。お父様も念入りに探さなければなりません。子供たちはこの部屋を出ないように。エヴァさんと秀吉さんは申し訳ありませんが、ここで子供たちと一緒にいてください。南條先生もお願いいたします。
わかりました。ここでお待ちしています。
Aunt Natsu followed the servants Genji, Kumasawa, and Kanon out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of us children, a total of 7 people.
みんなで仲良くテレビでも見て待ってよな。しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere.
ろくな番組見る見る。
お、そうか。マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。じゃ、おじさんと一緒に見ような。
Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas.
兄貴、聞いていいか。
なんだい。
さっき倉庫で兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話をしたよな。あれ送ったのは兄貴か。
George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response.
よせよパトラ、少しは察しろよ。
だな、悪いことを聞いたぜ。
そうさ、僕だよ。彼女に昨べ求婚したんだ。その時指輪を渡した。明日になったらそれを好きな指にはめて返事としてくれって気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
That ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon's left hand.
私さ、数年前からシャドウに相談を受けてたぜ。ジョージ兄さんのことでさ。
なんて言ってたのかな。
シャノンは嘘をつくのが下手だったからよ。ジョージ兄さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。自分は使用人の身分だけど親しくしてもいいのだろうかとか、男の人の好きそうなものは何かとか、どういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか、そんなことをいろいろとさ。なんつうのか、そのまあ焼けたぜ。
それが婚約指輪を渡されておしまいかよ。
価値観は人それぞれだけどよ、男から求婚されるってのは人生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ。だからきっと昨夜のシャノンは心の底から、いや生まれてから今までの中で一番幸せだったと思うぜ。
George Aniki sighed deeply, without raising his head. Maybe tears had risen to his eyes.
シャノンは昨べゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。でもシャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスに帰るのを恥ずかしがってお屋敷に行ってしまった。
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ。婚約指輪をもらえばどんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって頭は真っ白になっちまうぜ。気恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ。
それでシャノンは当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き、そこでゴーダさんの仕事を手伝い事件に巻き込まれてしまった。僕があの日あの場所で指輪なんか渡さなければシャノンはサヨは事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ。兄貴、それだけは違うぜ。
Yes.
断じて違う。だからそれ以上泣くんじゃね
え。バトラ君、そっとしてあげなさい。
After Aunt Ava said that, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Ava and sat down in the opposite sofa.
バトラ君は強いわね。もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
まあほら、愛の深さが傷の深さじゃないっすか。俺は別にあんなクソ親父同志の方が知ったことじゃないし、キリエさんは気の毒ですが、まあ本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
あら、という割にはさっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
まあ育ての親に対する恩はあのくらい泣けば OK かと思いまして。
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
そんなことはないっすよ。俺だってまだまだ心のショックから立ち直れちゃいません。ただ俺がみんなと違うのは、それによってどういう感情が生み出されるかってことだと思います。
どういうこと？
I've been acting much calmer than George and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion.
悲しいっていうよりは腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。横っ面に一発お見舞いしてやらないことには腹の虫が収まらねえんです。
That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees.
親父たちが殺されて以降、この島は台風に包まれたままです。つまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎はまだこの島の中にいるってことです。
そういうことになるわね。
Japanese authentic? What
暗
the?
い森のどこかに身を潜めているのかしら。
Whoa, you're asking too much, nigga. Give me 2 years. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kyrie. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists.
エヴァおばさん、この殺人、昨べのベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連があるんでしょうかね。
ああ、例のさあ、どうかしらね。あの手紙は
お父様が遺産問題に絡みたくて出した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだけれども、それと今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女がマリアに渡したんすかね。
まさか全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。お父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
ゆうべキリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんですけど、キリエさんも俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
そんなの当然じゃない。この島には私たちしかいないのよ。なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
この島には俺たち以外はいないすか。
当然でしょ。私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの。この島には私たちしかいない。18人しかいない。ならベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
Kiria denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Eva hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion was at least the same. Except, if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, we have to suspect ourselves.
19人目がいないなら親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか。つまり今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる。
Aunt Eva smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning.
犯人は倉庫の中に6人の遺体を運び込んだわ。でもよく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。つまり倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。わかる？
たまたまその日シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は。
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
鍵は使用人室の一つしかないんすかね。
源氏さんはそうだと言ってるわ。ということは犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。さっきカノン君が使用人室に鍵を戻すところを見たわ。壁にびっしりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にはどこに何がかけてあるのかわからなかった。犯人はその中から倉庫の鍵を見事選び出したの。しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解した。ついでに言うと倉庫の場所すら理解していた。もっとはっきり断言するわ。犯人は使用人室の内部にも熟知している。
Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant that the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that...
ってことは使用人の誰かが犯人。
悪いけどそれ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ。でも一つだけ教えられることがあるわ。
なんすか？
犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装をしていたと考えられる。だってそうでしょ。食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体をようようとバラ 庭園の向こうの倉庫まで運んで悪趣味な化粧と落書きを施している。これだけのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょう。
It made sense. Probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would likely take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved.
ひゅーってことはエヴァおばさんは使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろうって言ってんすか。
静かになさいな。憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。それにもし本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。しかも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと殺した相手なのよ。今この部屋に残っていてまともに戦えそうな人間はうちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ。状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。つまり犯人にとって残る私たちを皆殺しにするなんて簡単なことなのよ。
I've been playing detective with Aunt Ava, trying to expose the person who killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I'd be so sure that, just like one of the detective movies, the culprit would give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room cut off from the outside world by the typhoon, so they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits, and cause them to commit another mass murder.
あくまでも可能性の問題よ。でも私は使用人の人たちをまだ信用できないのね。それに私は使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないわ。さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思ってるわよ。
黒幕？どうしてですか？
勘よ。使用人は書いて字のごとし、誰かに使用されて手足となる存在よ。殺されたのは後宮家の親族ばかりなら、その結果で利害が発生する人間が関わるのは当然。
This was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. This case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel. The crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Ava had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they used different reasoning to get there. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved.
だからなぜか気に入らねえんすよね。
気に入らないって？
Dude, I'll
何
freaking
の話？
I'll end your life, bro.
はい
What do you mean fake
こっちの
ablation?
話っす。
I'm half Filipino, nigga. I'm not Japanese. I'm a nigga Pino. I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around, like I learned from Kyrie, this was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some of the other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, that's completely impossible. While trying to do a big brain. When the police come in and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover it. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way, and look at this murder game from the culprit side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life easy for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Nakokoro ni! Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So, at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? This is what they want, bro. Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought Jessica to the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kyrie-san brought me sorrow. While Aunt Rose's death brought Maria sorrow? Question mark. Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants. And Shannon's death brought grief to George, who had proposed to her, and Cannon, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island had received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots. But then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda and Shannon? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Ava, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Ava's name rises to the top of the list.
バトラ君が何を考えてるかおばさんわかるわよ。
わ嫌だな。内緒にしててくださいよ。あんなことやこんなことで頭をいっぱいにしてたなんて。
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。どうせ疑われるだろうから先に自己申告しておくわ。
I tried to dodge this issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work.
遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。でも今や4兄弟は私一人。後宮家の全財産は全て私のものになるの。
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら予算か言えばシャレにならんっていうところっすね。
ごめんね。どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうからふざけただけよ。だからこの殺人は私の立場から見れば私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思ってるの。困ったことに昨べのアリバイは弱いわ。
聞かせてもらってもいいっすか。昨べのことを。
バトラ君たちも知っている通り兄弟が遺産をどう食いちぎり合うかという話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。でも何時まで続いたかは知らない。 私と主人は朝が早かったからね。もう眠くて眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。そしてゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証明できるっすか？いやいや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
あら、どうだか。証明になるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきた時、源氏さんに出迎えを受けてタオルはいるかと聞かれたわ。だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。もっとも私の仮説通り使用人たちもグルなのだとしたら、こんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
確かにそうっすね。ってことは俺今真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか？
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど、遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわよ。だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
確かにそうっすね。営利で人を殺すならそれは常に殺人に見せるべきではない。
そういうことよ。だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。やだやだ。
Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Ava as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they... Aunt Ava didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George and the others gathered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see. Since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、十字架の上下左右の辺とその四隅にも何か書かれていたんや。アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
あと円周部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。図形的には間違いなくこれや。細かい文字はわからんが配列はほぼ同じや。
Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter. Hold on. To the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. Let me see. That kind of reminds me of a, that one symbol. I don't know if it's from the military or not, but it's like a symbol, like a rank or something. I don't know. I see. This sure is unsettling. Oh shit, I forgot. It's not autoplay.
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを書きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。まったくどこに行っちまったんだ。とっ捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were... Excuse me. I ain't reading all that. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, the strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right, and the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where'd grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい？
Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse.
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の十字章に似たデザインだなって思ったかな。
German cross.
ああ、
It's like a symbol. The
確
military
かに
something. I
こ
don't
ん
know.
なデザインや。ということはどこぞの国と何か関係があるんか？
その国の十字章はもともと聖地巡礼者を守るための騎士修道士たちの紋章だったそうですな。
つまりこの魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Whoa! Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. Oh, and she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh was something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. Oh, she's a vessel, bro. Woo!
全然違うよみんな。こんなの見てわかんないかな。
While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. After a while, that laugh suddenly and abruptly cut off, but her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria.
これは太陽の7の魔法陣だよ。書かれてる文字はヘブライ語。貸して。
Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle, right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn.
ね、こんな図形だったんじゃないかな。
そんな図形だった。
マリア、すごいな。さすが詳しいぜ。
Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. But Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
天地と左右に書かれているのは風化水道を司る天使たちの名。カサン、アレル、フォルラク、そしてタリアハド。そして斜め四方には4代の王たちの名。アリエル、セラフ、タルシス、ケルブ。合ってる？
Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they've seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
間違いない。そうや、確かにこんな文字が書かれとった。なんでこんなん書けるんや。
あと演習部にも文字が書かれておりましたな。
わかってるよ。 こうでしょ。
Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing.
旧約聖書の詩編第116編の16節と17節だよ。聖書くらい読んでなきゃ。
Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, George Aniki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
すごいね。驚いたよ。それでこの魔法陣にはどんな意味があるんだい？
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。黄金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも束縛から逃れ自由を得られる力を授けられる。
束縛から逃れ自由を得られる。意味深だぜ。
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。しがらみや逃れぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命か。これまた意味深だ。
しかしさっぱりわからん。それとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんやで。
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。魔法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょ。お気の毒だよ。
どういう意味だい？魔法陣のために6人がいるってのは一体。
Maria lifted up her pointer finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us.
それは演習部に書いてるよ。読めないかな。詩編第116編16節と17節。読んであげるよ。主は私の枷を解かれました。私はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。ね。
ねって何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
生贄だってのか。
What Maria just read about aloud was a vital part of the magic circle. Then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So, human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked, and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing, and we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in, I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for crap like that? I just couldn't stand the feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by the theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with the feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world cut off by the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something? Ah, it's hopeless. It's hopeless. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up, and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together, and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing more but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and my body as I started getting sucked in. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this.
なあバトラ、どうして悪魔だのオカルトだのってのをわざわざこうして映画にすると思う？ねえからだよ。そんな滑稽なもんは地球のどこにもねえのさ。ねえからわざわざ見たくて作るんだよ。だから俺はオカルト映画なんてちゃんちゃらおかしくて笑っちまうってんだ。
That's why those occult movies just make me laugh.
俺に言わせりゃ悪魔やら妖怪やらより今年度の収支報告や機嫌を悪くした女房の方が1億倍も怖えってもんだぜ。さらに言うぜ。俺に言わせりゃな、怖がるってのは心と生活にゆとりのある連中の娯楽的感情なのさ。暇で暇でしょうがないから、連中は変わった感情で心を遊ばせたくて悪魔だのオカルトだのって文化を作り出したんだよ。
Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? Totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kirie.
チェスや将棋ってね、終盤の終盤、詰めの最後の段階に入れば入るほど最善手は限られてくるのよ。だから自分が追い詰めている、あるいは追い詰められているというその時、両者の手は限りなく読みやすくなるのよ。つまり完全に追い詰められて打つ手なしって思ったその時こそ最も読みやすい瞬間なのよ。でも守勢に立った人間はどうしても考えが固くなって相手の手を読むことにまで考えが至らない。そういう時はね、チェス盤をひっくり返すの。
With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now, my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything and you're completely cornered just like I am now, isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time of the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse. Then was even kind enough to say, "Here they are," and with that word bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would have not been achieved, would it? If you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning, they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses at the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been by any means been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to which those. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. Huh. After thinking this way, I really wanted to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who just danced to that tune? If you're told, "Please be scared," you can't just say, "Really? Sure thing." When someone tells the great Ushiromiya battler, "The entrance is right here," I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak through the window. The next thing that had me concerned was the so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfather's, had recognized, that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. They want to make us think grandfather was involved. But if oh my god. I have a theory! Woo! It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference. However, this magic circle was genuine. And furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. Message is a form of communication. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find grandfather now. I don't know how grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No, it was a trap to make us suspect that grandfather had participated. Or was it? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by showing up this occult show? Somehow that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first? Will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought, some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program. She happily yelled, "Ooh, ooh," and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. There isn't a 19th person. The culprit must be in this room. Right now, Aunt Natsui's searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible Aunt Natsuhi was behind this, and we still can't deny one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsui and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around, checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsui and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsui in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those six at once.
驚かせてしまいましたね。万が一に備えて持ってきたものです。
After all, that thing in Aunt Natsui's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun. But it was unusually short and kinda looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy.
それは金蔵さんの銃ですな。
ご存知でしたか。そうです。お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
ひゅー、すっげえ。夏日おばさん、それ本物なんすか？
ええ、本物です。実弾を発砲できますよ。昔お父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。
あら懐かしい。どこから出てきたんやら。私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
じいさまこんなの持ってたんですか。知らなかったですよ。
お父様は昔西部劇にどっぷり使ってたことがあってね、あの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。でもこんな短い仕様のは初めて見ました。
ああ、思い出したわ、その銃。懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。お父さんも渋いな。
親方様がだいぶ昔にアメリカより特別にお取り寄せになられたものです。ご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの件はご内密にお願いいたします。
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとかっこつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
しかし物騒ね。そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。
万が一に備えてです。賊はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
As Natsui said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find Grandfather, as well as check the doors and windows. Since Grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。ですが万が一ということもあります。みんななるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
そうね。ここに全員が集まって相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
それはどういう意味ですか、エヴァさん。
別に夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ。
There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. Think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance realm standpoint. Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Natsui was innocent. Now, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks and think of this scram as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even Grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsui thought the criminal was on the outside. Aunt Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So that was the culprit among us? Or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist? Or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch. A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices. If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. Kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. PM. Damn, are we not done yet? God damn, nigga. This episode is long as shit. Well, I'm gonna save it. Oh yeah, they update that, right? Let me see. side of his head smashed. His face is smashed. That's all there is to it. Get to see her again, so I don't feel low. Wait, what? Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Unfortunately, apparently he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Dude, this one creeps me out though. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. Wait, is this from Maria's perspective? Oh. What? Lunch ended and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuki planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told 3 servants to go to bed. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。何か飲みます？
私は結構。カノンは？
僕も結構です。
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
The only noise was that of Kumasama washing the dishes. Genji and Kennen sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes slightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue, but that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kennen opened his mouth and muttered.
Shannon, どうしてあんなひどい死に方を。
死に方のことは忘れなさい。ただ運がなかっただけだ。
そうですね。ただ運がなかっただけです。
They both fell silent once again. Kennen's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kennen heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left. His grim expression twisted even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを。生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうに。どうして
ただ運が悪かっただけだ。少しの運がたがえばシャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたの 私だったのかもしれないし、お前だったのかもしれない。あるいは他の誰かだったのかもしれない。全ては運命だ。
源氏様、奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。
God,
シャ
that
ッターに
shit's
書かれて
so
いたの
fucking
と同じ
creepy,
もので
dude. And the hand was on the goddamn doorknob.
君の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような部屋。扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな君の悪い跡だった。
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて、そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった。
Genji thought back to the time he had seen the traces of blood on the door to Natsui's room, with the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob, and the marks of something scratching against the door. It definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは
Wow.
シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
Cannon, don't say that. Just then a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised. Okay.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Yeah, I thought that was a Natsuhi. So yeah, the servants believe in the legend. These guys are a little too slow.
これは
Battlers
失礼
are
いたしました。
especially slow as fuck, but I guess it'll come in handy later thinking like this. I don't know. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
今のは別に。
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。だから単刀直入に聞くさ。ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
Cannon averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. Making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt.
昨べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な関係者だ。俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I glared into Cannon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Cannon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、手を離してやってくださいな。別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it.
お話しすることはできます。ただバトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので、カノンは躊躇しているのです。
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。聞かせてくれよ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
Wait, hold up, dude. Is this seriously still only the first episode, bro? Oh my god, that's insane.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。 お話しします。
ああ、じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ。俺が知ってる限りではロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。違うのか？
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様はロッケン島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした実在する方なのです。
はあ？よせやいよせやい。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji nor Kennen laughed. Not even Kumasawa Bachan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully. Bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまりベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からずっとお仕えしている方でございます。おそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょ
う。なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
曖昧な言い方だな。ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
はい、大変申し上げがたいのですが、その
Kennen once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
I urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Kennen was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then, Kumasawa Bachan whispered.
お顔を見ようにも、ベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
お姿が？なんだって？
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら叶いません。
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない。
Oh, Shannon chased after a
追えば
dude.
不幸があると囁かれています。その金を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
Okay, never mind.
おいおい、マジかよ。あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
バトラス様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょ
う。バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょう。ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
います。それを疑われることをベアトリーチェ様はことのほか 嫌われます。
わかりませんか、バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここにお越しになっております。
おいおいよせよ。俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also so fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。悪いことは申し上げません。
Kumasama Bachan, who was usually cheerful, would always tease people. Now spoke with a totally serious face.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。俺には何も見えないぜ。今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。冗談よせやい。
Oh, hell no. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her, her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。だから見えない、会えない、話せない。ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It's almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ。あれは本当なんだよ。ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど、六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
なんだよそれ。魔女？悪魔？そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな。わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。
Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェ様がいるのが。
いるって、どこにさ？
だからベアトリーチェ様がここにいるのが。
That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I'd figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji, Kaden, Kumasawa, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし、話しかけられない。だからね。
So Maria's not a
そ
vessel.
れが
She
と
just
ても
has
悲
two
しいんだよ。
personalities.
だからバトラ
Maybe.
みたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
Either that or
バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
ああ、あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか？
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。幸運だったよ、バトラは。
そうか、あれがなかったら俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのに。今そこにほら。ね、信じる気になったでしょ？信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中、代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、ああ全然ダメだ。
When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ、俺ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ、どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし、なら魔女様の呪いがあって当然なのに今この瞬間もピンピンしてる。悪いが俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。第六感、波長、魔法のセンス、悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。あんたらがいくらじい様に給料もらってるか知らねえが、俺を妙な宗教に勧誘しようったってそう簡単にはいかねえってことはよく肝に銘じておきやがるってんだ。
バトラ様、
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。だが俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。悪いがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。もうじき蘇るんだよ、ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって
Okay, so yeah,
約束してるんだ
that's
よ。
not. So that's definitely the true Maria.
信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ、もうじきね。
After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen. In the end, Aunt Natsui reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed in the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning. Their sense of danger might have been weakening too. Dude, I love that. Her sprite. It's just her with the gun. However, it was in fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated, and it would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do like not doing what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance patiently waiting. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing with witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, "Ooh, ooh. What in the world happened back there?" I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing right behind me. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside.
確かにマリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
サソリのキーホルダーの時か。いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ、まるでその二重人格みたいな感じで。
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまーにあるぜ。気持ち悪いけどな。
Apparently just got spotted that Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment. I was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time.
あれってのは何なんだ？マリアは二重人格か何かなのか？それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
No. When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. Well, I guess kinda, yeah. Kinda, I can... wanna be like a cartoon character or whatever, but... once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I've actually got it secondhand from George Aniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex.
成長期の根底には子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
年齢？それとも体格？
違うよ。経験だよ。大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして年長者ぶりたくなるよな。大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
なるほどな。知識や経験の有無か。確かに 年齢だけ無駄に食ってても尊敬はされねえよな。
となるとつまり子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期にかつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら。
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
小学校の頃なんかさ、クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり持っていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。バトラもそういう経験あるだろ？
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。なるほど。それが子供からの脱却、つまり成長期ってわけか。
健全な意味での成長期はそうして没個性を脱却するために人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。これにより社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
Okay, that last bit was really true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school.
でもまあ誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか、成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜってマラソンで全力疾走とか、そういう気持ちはあったな。勉強はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな俺。
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよな。でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。バトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ。
あったあった。人の星座とか血液型とか聞いてきて、ああやっぱりクスクスとか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。男の子と違い内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとってそれはアイデンティティを確立しやすくてかつ興味深いジャンルなんだよ。
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに。
2:30. Damn, I thought you'd work at 5. What the hell? Alright. I think I'm just gonna keep playing till I finish the first episode, bruh. This is getting insane. We have to be near the end. There's no way. I don't know. It's been so long. No matter what. So if you see this shit says like 7 more hours, it's fucking 7 more hours till the end of the episode.
女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出るようになるんだよ。私はそうでもなかったけどさ。
'Cause you're a tomboy.
つまりマリアがオカルトに関心を持つのは年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもないってことか。
Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less.
さっきも言った通り大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。だからそれを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど、子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
漫画やアニメに多いだろ。ほらあれだよ、前世の記憶が蘇ってとか、偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか、
ああ、他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか、封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとか、いろいろあるな。どういうわけか、あの時期はそういうのがやたらと流行るもんさ。どうしてだ？
今挙げたキーワードは全て子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい、でも人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、チヤホヤされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ、その願望の姿が別人格として形成されることが少なくない。バトラ君だって家と学校では多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないかな。多分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で、家の自分は本来の姿だから。
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか、人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけだ。
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒と言ったりするぜ。正直ドン引きするくらいのキャラを変える子もいるよ。
Same personality, just...
男子にもいるだろ。
But I see what they're trying to do.
キレたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつが、あれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど、見てて痛いよな。
つまりおさらいするとだ、マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格みたいなのを見せてもそれほど珍しいものじゃないと言いたいのか？
簡単にまとめるとそういうことだね。アイデンティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。それをバカにしたりするとかえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。だからほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。もう子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ。じゃあローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格についてはよく知っていたのかな？
知ってたぜ。ここだけの話、ローザおばさんはすっごく嫌がってた。気持ち悪いしクラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり魔女みたいな声で笑い出したりすると必ずビンタしてたぜ。だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. Said she wanted to be different from herself. Young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I'd found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George Aniki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember how, during what we called battle practice, we would chant EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality of that ideal which she respected and blindly accepted was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea of thinking an invisible witch is standing behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji, Kanen, Kumasawa had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. I silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. On Ava's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsui's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? Is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
Jessica, ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが、この屋敷じゃ違うのか？
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな怪談だと思ってる。でもそうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
おじい様がベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし、クラウスおじさんたちもおじい様と喧嘩がしたいわけもないから、表向きは口を揃えてる。だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。そうでしょ。
Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。でも表向きはその存在を認めてる。ほら、神様の存在を認めるようなそんな雰囲気だよ。実際にはいないことを知ってても、それを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ？やっぱり雇い主のじい様がいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか？
さあ、詳しくはわからないけど、使用人たちの間ではベアトリーチェの話はある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。ほら、昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ。夜見回りをしている時、不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back at the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も、カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
That's right, she definitely said exactly the same thing that I had been told just now.
でも怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
はい、私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと 噂し合ったそうです。
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。
Alright, hold on, I'll be back. don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt. You'll get hoided. Let me see what this is. That shit, dude. No more am I being nice. Hell nah, man. Let me increase this to it's good enough for me. Alright. Alright. Yep, I'm gonna finish this episode by today. Alright.
つまり使用人たちにとってベアトリーチェって存在はお稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god for the plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but they say that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about how, if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanting, there'd be a curse by Kitsune. I think I might have read somewhere that when occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. This wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine. If unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their child from going to hell, they'll happily go through with the ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあつまりこの島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起こればそれはベアトリーチェの仕業だとなるわけか。シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな。ちゃんと閉めたはずの 窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか、消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。んで、確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけてたんだよね。
よく覚えてるな。普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。ま、そんなくだらない話さ。
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。それだけになれば多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
そこでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
え？
つまりこの島では人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ。人間にはできないこと。人間は何人だ？ 18 人だ。つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる。つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ。気に入らねえぜ。全然気に入らねえ。
気に入らないって何がだよ。
仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら、俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
ああ、だって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったのは、深夜まで話し合いをしてたり夜勤をしてたり、あるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたり。どいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ。内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
まあね。
つまり不可視の19人目が実在したなら、最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ。いや、そもそも時間帯がミステイクだ。不可視の19人目をアピールするためには死んだ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ。だから全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は19人目にとって自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもあるにもかかわらず、その時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白にもかかわらず、マリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り、誰もが自分でないと否定している。
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいると、こう言いたいのかよ。なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。まだおふくろの屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。
Hold up. Let me go back. The Battler said.
まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
ああ、何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると 認めさせようとしている。そうさ。
If I was in Battler's position, I'd probably do the same thing.
もう事件は始まっていたんだ。証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。
It's almost zero spirituality. Like,
チェス盤を逆さにした限りじゃ。
I don't know.
俺の見立てはこん
It's
な。
probably a bad thing, but
飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
でも無視できない着眼点もあるね。19人目がいるかいないかは別にしても、その犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
気持ち悪いことって？
覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手
Smash
紙。
invitation.
ベアトリーチェはリシの回収を行うと言っていたね。そしてリシとは後ろ宮家の全てだと言った。
Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous
言って
night.
たぜ。確かに言ってた。そして李氏の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたらその権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
おじい様は黄金を授かり後ろ宮家を再興した。つまり黄金を資本に生み出したもの全てが李氏だってベアトリーチェは言っている。つまり
冗談きついぜ兄貴。まさか後ろ宮家の全て、つまりじい様が生み出したもの全てってことはじい様から血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら、この殺人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な李氏の回収ということになる。となればこの事件はまだ続くよ。李氏の回収
Shannon
は
has the blood.
まだ途中
Goda
なんだ
has
か
the
らね。
blood. George turned around looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. Because Goda-san and Shannon had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe despite liking the Ushiromiya name.
私たち全員を殺すつもりかよ。でもおかしいよジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？他に大勢殺せたはず。下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。どうしてそれをしなかったの？
特別条項だよ。黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら李氏の権利は失われる。そして手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。おじい様の黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
ジーザス、ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。つまり犯人は俺たちにじい様のあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがると言ってるわけだ。しかもぼやぼやしてればどんどん李氏の回収を進めちまうつもりだ。
I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there, but not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. When those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that makes us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we spend are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No, that's not it. Jigaoyo. When you're lost in the darkness and searching around your hands, oh damn, I can't read that fast. Only imagination can find the points that reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness. Then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find the points we can tie together later. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuhi said it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
確かにそう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいくっていうもんや。その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで。マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
おお、ベアトリーチェはいる。おお。
Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh.
隠し黄金など存在しません。ですがその存在を盲信する犯人がお父様の黄金を目当てでそれを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機はなるほどと頷けるものがあります。しかしならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
道理ですな。謎を解かせるなら金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
そうね。それにその論法で行くんだったら最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？私たちに謎を解かせるよりも本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
確かにその通りや。もっともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが。
金蔵さんをよく知る方なら金蔵さんが並大抵の脅しには屈しないことをよく存じているでしょう。
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。今日まで様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。それら全てに打ち勝ってきたからこそ今日の繁栄があるのです。
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんてちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
はい。
ならこういう発想はどうだろう。いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas like this are bows and arrows. Might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting, over and over. Create a wall as you push forward towards the truth. I like that analogy.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。謎を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。じゃあさ、これはつまり全てじい様に当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit had already attacked grandfather, then judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere?
そんな、まさかそんな。
面白い話じゃない？つまりお父様はどこかに監禁されていて黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞと脅されているわけ。
その話のどこが面白いのか理解に苦しみます。
Aunt Natsui glared at her, but Aunt Eva just smiled calmly.
この時間になっても姿を現さない以上、おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。それを思えばバトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
ジョージは黙ってなさい。そもそもお父様って いついなくなったのかしら。
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や？
多分私でしょう。今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、私がお部屋にお伺いしてそこでご挨拶をしました。そういえば書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。源氏、これは返しておきます。
Natsui pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Ava giggled.
ねえ源氏さん、どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。だったらちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
何のお話でしょうか？
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない密室よ。その定義の確認をしたいの。お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。あとは窓。他に出入り口は
ありません。中に入るには入り口しかありません。
間違いなくね。秘密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。お父様が不在である以上、後宮家の最高序列者は私よ。その後宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。それを理解した上で答えなさい。あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？
Let me think about something real quick. Alright.
お父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
Natsui looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about the hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。隠し扉があると仮定されたら私の話は全て水の泡。
Aunt Ava didn't specify which person had to be driven into a corner, or was about to, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi.
母さん、何の話？
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。どうなの？源氏さん、カノン君、そして熊沢さん、隠し扉はあるの？ないの？源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。知らないとは言わせないわよ。
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
間違いなく片翼の場所を許されたカノン君。
はい、間違いなく親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
熊沢さんは？
いえ、私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は？
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありませんな。
結構。じゃあいい？話を始めるわよ。とってもシンプルな話なの。
Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Ava was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Ava laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal the secret only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは夏日姉さんよね。詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。姉さん、覚えてる？私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
ええ、覚えています。それが何だというのですか？
そして次に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたのは兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。ところで姉さん、その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
気づいたこと？何のことですか？
ほら、ゴミを拾ったでしょ。畳んだレシートを。
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。それが何か？
そのレシートは私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
Ava pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
ジョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently, he understood what Aunt Ava was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。何かを予見してたとか、ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとか、そんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。実はね、そのレシート、姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきて、そこで私と会ったでしょ。その時書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
ってことはどういうことですか？つまり夏日おばさんがそのレシートを拾うまで誰もドアを開けていない。
ちょっと待ってよ、エヴァおばさん。レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。小さまが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
Jessica hurriedly argued back. He still didn't really know what this all meant. She realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother.
もちろんバレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても、扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確には分かんないんじゃない？私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。レシートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
夏日さんの部屋の扉？
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが、今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡で。
なんやその話。なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
申し訳ありません。あの後 立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こったため、今の今まで失明していました。
知らないわよ、そんなの。私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくて、お父様の部屋の扉の話よ。姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから、私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間、あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。扉を使わず、どうやってお父様は外に出たのかしら。
そんなことは知りません。私が知りたいくらいです。
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や？
昨べ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった最後ですが、夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか？
私です。昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
はい、僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。だがな、夏日姉さん、不在だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと。
私には皆さんが何を険悪になっているのか分かりません。どなたか説明してくださいますかな。
父さんと母さんは夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは嘘だと言っているのかい？
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Ava and Aunt Natsui confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on?
複数の人間の目撃があるのは昨晩までよ。でも今朝以降、お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。さあ、この点と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら。
Aunt Ava urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which of the other points to tie it to, or how. We try searching for the answer Aunt Ava probably wants. We'll find out Natsui lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's?
わけわかんねえぜ。なんで母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。でもね、ジェシカちゃん、お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ。
なんだそりゃ。そんなの聞いたことないぜ。
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど、普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね。となれば必ず近いうちに死体は見つかる。その時死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば、夏日姉さんはアリバイを作ることができるのよ。わかる？みんな。
This morning, when Aunt Natsui confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied, and he was already dead at the time. And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was just killed a second ago, and make it possible for her to create an alibi even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she'll say, "I heard someone screaming," dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying?
バカバカしい。推理小説など所詮は娯楽小説。 そんなものばかり読んでいるからそのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです。
そうだぜ。死亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたってそんなの警察が検視すりゃ一発でバレるじゃねえかよ。古典の世界だったらともかく現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ。おかしいぜ。
そうかしら。今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい、数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ。しかも困ったことに警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんてジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。ねえ南條先生。
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。誤審率も非常に高いと聞いております。確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。古典のトリックとちゃう十分に通用するトリックなんや。夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
蘭の潔白を示せというのですか。今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。そして心の中に片行くのわしを刻めとお言葉をいただいて、あのお言葉をも否定するというのですか。それだけは断じて許せません。お父様がかけられた言葉までも否定することは断じて許せません。
あるいはお父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年かかるもの。余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延命しその財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。
聞き捨てなりません。それ以上は聞き捨てがなりません。私は後ろ宮夏日この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。当主跡継ぎのクラウスの妻としてその責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
何？その銃で私を撃つの？いいわよ。撃っちゃえば。どうせ言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦し紛れなんでしょ。やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
It wasn't like Aunt Natsu had been actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone, but as she was egged on by Aunt Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her.
奥様、どうかお気をお静めください。
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。ならこんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
落ち着いてえな夏日姉さん。確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。それだけなのになんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
それもそうです。夏日さんは嘘をついていない、それだけのことじゃありませんか。
だから説明してほしいのよ。お父様がどうやって部屋からいなくなったのか。窓は内側からしっかり閉じられていた。扉も同じよ。今朝夏日姉さんが間違いなくお父様に会ったというなら、夏日姉さんには開かぬ扉の密室からいかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったかを説明してもらわなくちゃ。じゃないと姉さんが嘘つきってことにやっぱりなっちゃうものね。
あなたという人はどこまで私を愚弄すれば。
反論したいならぜひしなさいな。 そうね。今すぐこの場で釈明をしてみなさい。そうしたらあなたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。
そんなこと説明もできませんし、不要です。
そうなら私が説明してあげるわよ。私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。姉さんの言う今朝の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。でも次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。ここまでは依存ないわよね。
あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。その軽薄な口を慎みなさい。
私の推理はこうよ。扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している。そしてレシートもそれを立証しているにもかかわらず、お父様を部屋から出すパズルの答えは窓よ。窓から出したのよ。夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の窓から中庭に突き落としたのよ。踊れ。
奥様、こらえてください。
エヴァ様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
その後、中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認すると言って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ。多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作もしたんでしょうね。
クラウス兄さんたちの事件も、さらに昨べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて、ナスシさんが怪しい可能性が非常に高いっちゅうことだ。本当ならこんなことを言いたくはない。だがもうぶちまけてしまったからには仕方がない。頼むわ、夏日姉さん。どうか自分の無実を説明してくれんか。さもないとわしはあんたを疑わなきゃならんのや。
なぜこの私が後ろ宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめを。
Looks like we've got everyone's views on the record now.
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ、エヴァおばさん。
ダメって何がだよ、バトラ。
Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Aunt Ava's expression was confident as ever.
全然ダメって何が？バトラ君、聞かせてよ。
一方からしか見られないから夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。別に夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえが、そんなハッタリのチェックメイトじゃ通用しねえってことさ。レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う。筋は悪くない。だが俺の採点じゃせいぜい65点ってとこだ。これが答案なら居残りで補修ってとこだぜ。
あら、じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？私の説以外に。
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。そしてその説以外にじい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら、最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。だが夏日おばさんが無実で濡れ衣である可能性が残っている以上、そうだと断言することはできね
え。ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父様を失踪させられたというの？姉さんしかありえないのよ。私のレシートがそれを証明してしまったわ。一度目に書斎に訪れた夏日姉さん、そして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で密室開封後には失踪している。 これで夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、どんなトリックがあるっていうの？
だから65点なんだよ、エヴァおばさん。じゃあここでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。どうやって外部からじい様を失踪させるかじゃない、どうやって内部からじい様が失踪するかって考えるんだ。扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず、しかもエヴァおばさんは書斎を訪れた時に窓の施錠を確認している。だから窓も使用されていない。その時点では確かに書斎は密室だった。これは認めるしかない。だがしかし書斎は永遠に密室だったわけじゃない。レシートの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。つまり夏日おばさんがどうやってじい様を失踪させたかじゃない、どうやってじい様は書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチンベッドルームまであるちょいとした家並みじゃねえか。例えばベッドの下にでも潜って隠れたらおばさんたちは部屋からいなくなったと思い込めるぜ。エヴァおばさんもそこまで調べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。そしておばさんたちは失踪したと思い開花へ戻る。この時レシートはもうない。つまりじい様は密室である間は部屋に隠れ続け、エヴァおばさんたちをやり過ごした後に部屋から脱出することでこの密室を破ることができる。
何よそれ。どうしてお父様がそんな妙なことをして部屋を抜け出さなきゃならないの？口頭無形にも程があるわよ。
ああ、口頭無形かもな。だがそれでも夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。エヴァおばさんのレシートは完璧じゃねえ。チェスで言えばチェックくらいにはなったろ。だがチェックメイトじゃねえ。そして俺が最高に気に入らねえのはそれを夏日おばさんに釈明しろと迫って、それができなきゃ黒だって断定しようとしたエヴァおばさんのその論法さ。それがまかり通るってんならこの後ろ宮バトラここでもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させて
Let's go, Battler.
エヴァおばさん、あんたの論法によるならよ、あんたと秀吉おじさんが昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに帰ったんじゃないってことをこの場で釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。夏日おばさんに釈明を強いたんだ。あんたにはもちろん自身の潔白を釈明できるんだろうな。じい様の遺産が全部転がり込むエヴァおばさんよ。
そうだぜ。エヴァおばさんだって十分怪しいじゃねえかよ。母さんがじい様の最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら、エヴァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。バトラの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
僕もお母さんの推理は少し勇み足だと思うな。レシートの件は確かに重要なヒントだと思う。でもそれはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。僕たちは等しく全員が容疑者なんだ。夏日おばさんだけが責められる道理はない。
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下に？そんなざれ言で説明がつくと思って？
それならエヴァおばさんが先に説明しろよ。6人を誰がどうやって殺して、そして自分が関わっていないという証拠を示してみろってんだ。
What the?
お嬢様、お嬢様。
Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first, I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long, I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking, down on her hands and knees. Okay, that sounds really fucking nasty. Or vulgar.
ジェシカさん、吸入器を早く。私が持ってきたものがあります。
Dr. Nandro pulled the bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that?
For 6 years
ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain.
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ？
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。大丈夫な時はいいんだけどね。突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
お嬢様、お薬です。さあ。
Taking the inhaler from Cannon, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。びっくりしたぜ。
大したことねえよ。心配すんじゃねえぜ。
Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down. For now. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused, but that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. When the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly, solving all the riddles and arresting the culprit.
確かにバトラ君の言う通りかしら。夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。明日警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。でもバトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？犯人を。大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
それは否定しないです。これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎を、たとえ1日であったとしてものさばらしたくはない。でもだからといって18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。さっきはああ言ったが、俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。俺にとってのエヴァおばさんはちゃめっ気があっていつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。そんなおばさんとこんな罵り合いはしたくねえ。ここにいる誰だってそんなことは望んでねえはずさ。だろみんな。
バトラ君に同じ意味のない罵り合いだね。多分これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるからみんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
でしょうな。無理もないことです。言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
そうね、そう。レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。私たちだって等しく疑わしい。でもね、バトラ君、レシートの話だけは本当よ。これ忘れないでね。そしてこれがどういう意味を持つか もう一度よく考えてみてね。
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はないのよ。だってどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass. And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved. Even if we do nothing, when the seagulls cry, Minako ni no kara ni, or something like that. Kara noro ni.
これ以上夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょう。私も同じよ。確か姉さんは昨日ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
お好きになさるといいでしょう。でもくれぐれも用心を。
ありがとう姉さん。そして余計なお世話よ。姉さんはみんなの監視をよろしくね。犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。
捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？
十分よ。じゃあね夏日姉さん。源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
源氏、カノ、お二人を客室までお送りを。
結構よ。送り狼なんて嫌だもの。むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。ジョージ行くわよ。
僕はここでみんなといるよ。
ジョージ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。そんなところにいるつもり？
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。僕はあんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて信じない。
ジョージ、あなたからも言ってやってよ。
ジョージももう一人前の男や。そのジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるなら、それも勝手やろ。好きにさせたれ。
父さん。
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice I called out after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV.
今なら信じるぜ。手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。じゃなきゃ俺たち18人はいつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならねえ。これなら19人目の存在を信じる方がマシさ。扉も窓も開けずにじいさまを外へ連れ出すなんて、ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head, then raised her face again.
そうだよ 魔女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも立たないんだよ。ベアトリーチェは72中の全てに精通する。33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与えるし、彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
魔女はすげえな。頼むから、もしまだ事件を起こす気なら絶対に人間には無理なことをして俺に19人目を、いや魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
いいよ、あったら伝えておくよ。
Crap. Nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. Just when I want to believe there are only 18 people, I deny it too. Even though I can't, even though I want there to be... God damn it. In short, even though there are more than 80 people, there are less than 90 people, the number of people in this mansion is 19 greater than X greater than 18. So the number of people can't correspond to an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people without anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is greater than X, which is greater than 18. How do you explain that fraction less than 1? It's no wonder that 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you'd only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person, which cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person, or not? Does the witch exist, or not? 19 greater than X greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Uminako no naku koro ni. Let me save it real quick. God damn, dude. This shit still creeps me out. I'll get to see her again so I don't feel alone. Everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. That's all there is to it. Zeptalum and his ill fortune. This is the beginning of everything. Kraus is the beginning of everything. Damn, I'm kinda hungry. Hold on! Ouch. Ouch. I'm gonna be eating, so I'm just gonna let the audio play until I finish. 'Cause I'm hungry as hell. I'm gonna mute my mic for a little bit.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
おお、まだいっぱい降ってるよ。おお。
仮にやんだって、この島には船がねえんだしな。船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。先方も台風が過ぎてから来直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから、おそらく明日の朝一番で、多分9時頃くらいに来てくれるでしょう。
綺麗に盛り付けられてますよ。カノン君もお上手ですよ。
シャノン姉さんだったらもっと綺麗に。
今は忘れなさい。
はい、今は忘れます。
それがいいだろう。
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。ご無事だといいのですが。
わかりません。ただ全ては親方様が望まれ仕組まれたことのように思っています。それを邪推することは親方様にお仕えする家具には過ぎたことです。
源氏さんは怖くないのですか。私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
怖いことなど何も。私はただ後ろ宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
源氏さん、私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。あの人ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。まったくずうずうしいったらあるしな。
まあそう言うな。夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
だってあそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
そうやな。思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
本当にあっという間よ。子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。私クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。偉そうで威張ってて、自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて、だからそれに一矢報いてやりたかった。でもそれは子供の頃の感情なのよ。でもその感情は結局自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。それだけならまだいい。その感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。一度もや。エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。だから 後宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、無駄なことなんか何にもなかった。今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
ありがとう、あなた。
感謝するのはわしや。今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
私もよ。あなたと一緒になれてよかった。
ジョージももう立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で、正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか。わしら二人水いらずや。
嫌よ。毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
次の正月だけはなしや。年賀状は見ん。黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ、モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
じゃあそいつもなしや。水いらずのんびりで、ジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
それならいいわね。
モルジブはええとこらしいで。なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
仕事納めしたらすぐや。旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
いや、今すぐがいい。
奥様、お夕食の準備が整いました。お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
ええ、ここへ運ばせなさい。南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
源氏さんはじい様の相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
そうなんだ。昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。しかしよく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
食事だから机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。どうせ断るでしょうが。
かしこまりました。
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく後宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
エヴァ様、秀吉様、お夕食の準備が整いました。
源氏様、これは。
間違いない。親方様の封筒だ。
あるいは。
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、源氏でございます。いらっしゃいますか。お返事をお願いいたします、エヴァ様。
テレビの音らしきものが。でも気配が感じられません。お部屋は空っぽかも。
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、どうかお返事を。もうお部屋にはいらっしゃいませんか。
源氏様。
エヴァ様、申し訳ございません。お部屋を失礼させていただきます。
源氏様、いかがしますか。
私は奥様をお呼びしてくる。カノンのチェーンの切断を。
はい。
待てカノン。厨房に戻り熊沢と行動するように断じて一人で行動してはならんぞ。
はい、かしこまりました。
おや、どうしましたか、源氏さん。
南條先生、申し訳ありませんが、この勝負は一度中断させてください。カノンはチェーンを頼む。熊沢、食事の配膳は一時中断し、カノンと同行するよう私は奥様のところへ行く。南條先生もご一緒に。
何かあったんですかな。
Okay, I'm back. Let's continue.
熊沢さん、
It's pretty obvious what's happened.
申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
It is very clear. And you're actually right.
何があっ
Yep.
たんですか？
I've been
カノンさん。
Hideyoshi. I thought it'd be like George and Maria or something like obscure like that, but so for the chest, I think like where it says like aim for the chest and kill, I definitely think that's gonna be Jessica. The head, yeah, that's probably gonna be
何を探してるん
Natsuhi.
ですか？私も手伝いますよ。
And
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。
I'm not sure about the rest. I forgot what it even said.
どこだっけ？
ドアチェーン
The
を
lake.
どうしてそんなことをするんです
Someone got
か？
the leg, I don't know.
エヴァ様たちのお部屋にチェーンが中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。これなら多分。
待ってください、カノンさん。
早く。
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to read. When Cannon changed his grip, the wire cutters up to the door, let up an oh shit, dude.
なんですかこれは。
Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there, on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter, arose of the garden storehouse. There was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling the gaps which were from the alphabet were from the same kind from the ones on the magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Cannon struck speechless was how eerie the magic circle was. It was something like, I haven't been here for a short while. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those two together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? As though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave away and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Cannon surely wanted to.
ベアトリーチェ。
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
Cannon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch this steadily dripping substance that looked like blood, but if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into two separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth.
カノンさん、足元に封筒が。しかもこれは親方様のもの。
It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the Wesson envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Cannon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first, or check inside the room, but he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Kenan pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time.
Eva-sama.
Eva was lying face up on the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Kenan, who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek when she saw Eva's shoes had been first part of her that Kenan had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. When Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Kenan couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there? No. Right in the center of her forehead. Was it an old-fashioned knife? That, or some weapon like it was sticking out? At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side, bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't scream. Eva was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. The only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all of eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck in Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing, to be summed up with the word occult, was a vulgar object, the design that might have been of some demon.
Hideyoshi-sama. Hideyoshi-sama!
Eva was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking backwards glance at Kumasawa, still already stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as the most hotel bathrooms. Taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. Whoa! Just then, they heard Natsuhi's voice coming from the hall. She was probably... yeah, strike for the head and kill? So, they strike both heads. This time. So sacrifice, heads. Next is the chest.
まだ読んでおりません。
うかつに触らん方がいいですな。犯人の指紋が残っとるかもしれん。警察に渡した方がいい。
わざわざ手紙を残すくらいです。どうせ指紋など残っていません。
As Natsui said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Eva dead.
Eva-san! 奥様、こちらには秀吉様も。
これはむごいですな。
カナ、シャワーを止めてあげなさい。気の毒にも程があります。
はい。
Kenan gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. The bathtub, a small jar of body soap, had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
わかった。死斑は出とらんな。 死後硬直も始まっとらん。おそらく殺されてから1時間経ったかどうかというところだろう。しかしこのような柄の短い凶器で頭蓋骨は考えられん。
Now just checked under their pulse and pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched his business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so we left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more a conical blade shape. It was that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at this scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were especially made for, nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steaming filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed out of the room. Just viewing the gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, the image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling that she'd had the morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand there with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach.
この部屋を子供たちにジョージ君に見せるわけにはいきません。至急この部屋を閉じなさい。
見せられませんとも。両親のこんなむごい姿をとてもジョージさんには。
But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuhi, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. When they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it.
父さん母さん
なんだよこれまた魔法陣かよ。
エヴァおばさんたちは無事なんだよな。おいカノ君、これは何の騒ぎなんだ。
バトラ様。
Ken didn't have to say anything. Georgia screamed after he ran into the room and told them everything they needed to know.
誰がこんなことを。殺してやる殺してやる。
ジョージ君しっかり。
That's when he touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Ava and buried his face into the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again.
ジョージ兄さん、しっかり。バトラ様。
Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway. He was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint.
ひでえぜ。心に決めた女を婚約した次の日に失った。同じ日に親父とおふくろまで殺されるなんてよ。そんなのあんまりにもむごいじゃねえか。
Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But the battler, those left alone by the deaths of others, were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's.
バトラ。
そりゃよ、人はいつか死ぬぜ。人間誰だっていつかは。 死別の悲しみと戦わなきゃならねえ日が来るだろうよ。でもよ、そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で、しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。無謀すぎるぜ。やろうやろう。少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
おお、バトラ、泣かない泣かない。
We're gonna try to comfort Badler in a mechanical sounding voice. Badler violently wiped his tears.
ああ、くそ。もう流さねえぜ。悔し涙も悲しみの涙ももう二度と流さねえぜ。ああ、全然ダメだ。俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。主勢一方ってわけだ。そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。チェス盤がひっくり返っちまうぜ。野郎は俺たち羊が明日まで逃げる手段もなく怯えてるだけだろうと思ってるだろうよ。だからひっくり返すぜ。明日までこの島から逃げられねえのは野郎も同じだ。しょんべんちぎりそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃねえ。野郎の方だ。暴いてやるぜ。必ずな、明日までに。いや、明日なんか待たねえ。今夜中にその胸ぐらを掴み上げてやる。
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。いいですね。
Natsui announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others. And when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Natsui still hadn't opened that western envelope with the family head that she'd picked up. But now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to conceal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back into the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place or maybe sensed something strange.
答えよ。
Smells
マリアも
like
わかるか。こりゃ何の匂いだよ。
the
ひどい
stench.
匂いだぜ。
Wait! When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled until then. Did another death already happen?
ちょっと厨房を見てきます。
Damn! They're
火は
going
ちゃん
out
と
like
消したはずなんで
fucking
すよ。
hotcakes, bro! After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
カノン、熊沢と行きなさい。一人にさせないように。
Well, everyone's together right now, I think, so I don't think anyone died, unless it's Kinzo. Hmm.
臭い。
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。しかし換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
Natsui was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。
If they could get through the locked door, I don't know, man.
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
So what I think this is
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
someone summoning these demons, and it's the cause for these deaths.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。 崎構造
Someone in this group, not
とても
Beatrice.
外から
Someone in
細工
this
でき
group,
る代
someone
物
in
じゃね
those
つまり
dermats. I don't know.
完
That's
璧な
just
密
what I
室だ
think
ったって
personally.
ことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか、あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
こりゃ面白いや。つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Ava stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. Since Aunt Natsui was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Ava proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuki might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had all been locked from the inside and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, they can't really be called a closed room. This can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Natsuki entered that room. So if grandfather had left through the window or had been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. Oh my god, this is the one that proved Beatrice is... Yep. Now Battler has to believe in Beatrice. If Maria saw Beatrice and told her to, you know, do it in such a way that he can't doubt that it was one of them, then yeah. Battler has to concede, basically. So are these, like, this demonic shit is just being done by Beatrice, I guess, then?
犯人は室内に入らずに
Not one of them.
犯行に
I
及
don't
ん
know.
だ部屋の
Just
外か
in
ら
physical form, how could you
何
draw
らかの
it?
方
I
法
don't
で
know. It's supernatural. We'll just leave it at that.
チェーンである以上人が通れるほどは開けなくても多少の隙間を開けることができる。ノックして顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。いや、甘いか。
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったならそれも考えたぜ。だがエヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上、しかも秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。チェーンの隙間からでは姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。ちくしょう、全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria.
おお、満足？
満足って何がだよ。
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをしてバトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。なのにわがまま。
I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist.
ああ、 叶えてくれてありがとうよ。今のはその礼と。不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。それより教えやがれ。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にもまた怪しげな落書きがされていた。あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。あ、いて。
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
バトラは暴力的だね。あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。あ、いて。言うよこのげんこつ男。あれは月の1の魔法陣だよ。
何の意味がある。その魔法陣のご利益は、書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は。
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。主は聖堂の扉を破り鉄の栓抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。魔法陣の効用は2つ。1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。もう一つの効用は、
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て扉を開く。難解な事態の時に用いることでそれまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。平たく言うと観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦受けてやら。
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはわからない。でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
しかしどうやって、せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を。
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体何事なのですか。
Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. I forgot about this. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen.
ボイラー室。
Shit, Kinzo got boiled alive.
ボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Oh shit.
今の音は。
The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave away yet again as she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
Kanon-san!
After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kanon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who'd closed the door had to be inside the boiler room just now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed so hastily. But Kanon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Kanon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone. She rushed down the stairs. At that time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly hot place. On top of that, the room was full of horrible stench, which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Kanon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kanon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Kanon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
The words coming from Kanon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Ooh. You've caught her interest, Kanon. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Kanon continued speaking, directing his words toward the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they they would certainly laugh. But Kanon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆により的中率の低いかけ方をすればそのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる。親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び、その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか、そんなことには興味ない。しかしお前は忘れている。ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを忘れている。
Roulette had a special pocket called Zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone is forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。もしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら、この身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと。これは親方様が決めたルールでも、ましてやお前が決めたルールでもない。このルールは僕が作った。僕はもう家具じゃない。お前のルーレットのゼロなんだ。
Kanon! Damn. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Kanon's brow creased even further. Fierce expression that he'd never shown anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Kanon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Kanon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。地獄にてさらに1000年、次の召喚者を待つがいい。ベアドリーチェ
When Cannon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. What the... Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. The clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit left, then right. The hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now, that the hatchet has been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Whew! Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Woo! It's all happening tonight. Woo! Holy shit. He was so resolute too. Oh man, Cannon. He's the most courageous out of all of them. My boy. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance. A funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon, sticking it into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. Whew. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. An unpleasant bloop sound. Probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Cannon-san? 誰か
Oh, this is all happening tonight, bro. Holy shit. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I'd been with him. Ah, what incredible luck. If I'd been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles in her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this.
何事ですか、熊様。返事をしなさい、熊様。
The first one to dash in was Natsui, holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore.
返事をしなさい。源氏、南條先生をここに。
Natsui realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so Genji sent to get the doctor. Natsui, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiled room and shouted,
そこに隠れているものは何者です。おとなしく出てきなさい。そちらから出てこないなら容赦なく撃ちます。
Okay, aim for the chest. I forgot what was next.
おばさん、照らせ。
I know the leg was one of them. Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsui was glaring into. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry.
夏日おばさん、あの扉はどこへ？
源氏、あの扉はどこに通じているのですか？
中庭です。
逃がすかよ、クソこの野郎！
Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from the outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting.
待ちなさいバトラ君。一人では危険です。
Natsui was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm, completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sounds of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs to the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost sense of his direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in this scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built with two doors. He didn't know which way they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fists, swearing.
バトラ君。一人で先走ってはダメです。バトラ君。
Battler pressed his forehead against the wall. She scratched at with his fingernails as he cried.
畜生ヘバおばさんに秀吉おじさん、さらにカノン君かよ。6人も殺しやがった。飽き足らずさらに3人も殺しやがった。ふざけるなふざけるな。エヴァおばさんも秀吉おじさんも昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだったじゃねえかよ。カノン君とは昨日会ったばかりだが、きっとこれから仲良くなれたと思うぜ。なんで殺したんだ。どうして人ってのはな、殺しちまったらな二度と生き返らねえんだぞ。タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃ来ねえんだぞ。どうして殺すんだよ。どうして
Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart, so he cried with all his strength. Natsuhi, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find that he had this delicate side. At the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him.
大丈夫です。あなたもジョージ君もマリアちゃんもジェシカも私は絶対に守ります。母として、そして後宮家の代表として。
Battler, after sobbing into Natsui's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, so he'd been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already.
とにかく一度下に戻りましょう。犯人を探すより自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて全てを白日のもとにさらし出してくれるでしょう。犯人がどうあがこうともこの島から逃げられるものですか。
そうすれ警察さえ来れば。
The seagulls cry. The crime will be solved, but for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. I returned to the boiler room along with Natsuhi and told everyone weakly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Kanan-kun to the servant room. The servant had the first aid kit and a sink, and it could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kanan-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured the Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been striking the Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't that thematic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as the overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left weapons stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene, so this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather a thin stake, and it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with a deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated Kanan-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... Ugh. I stood there for a while moaning, with a rising urge to vomit. It's Ginzo. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
おそらく親方様だと思います。
私も同感です。このようなお姿でお亡くなりになるとはおいたわしや。
でもこの死体本当にじい様だって保証はあるんすか？こうも黒焦げじゃ性別さえも想像つかないってのに。
バトラ君、足をご覧なさい。
Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the grand corpse's feet. Huh?
両足の指が6本あるの
The
が
fuck?
お分かりになりませんか？
He has 6 toes?
あ、本当だ。
What the hell?
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指がそれぞれ6本でした。そして
6本。
故に親方様は後宮家の再興を託されたのです。
後宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God, when the person is born, one of their toes or finger splits into two, total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. It's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So, they're still babies. At about the time they turn a 1-year-old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Urushiro family heads, the won most praise for their wisdom at polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at he might become an otherwise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as a head so much, the sixth toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed that people polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, thing that had been stabbed into Kanenkun's chest. One of those demonic ice picks was stuck in his forehead.
指に当主の指輪がありません。
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか。
To take note of that.
お父さん、さぞやご無念でしょう。
Natsuhi-san let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator. Since according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong, the body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his auto-lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside of our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kiria-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. My spinning chessboard around once more. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible, as long as the 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. The culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt. If they could kill Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of the door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kumasawa-bachan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were. That old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body it was by their clothes and their surroundings. The culprit prepared a fake body beforehand to alter and make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime. It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch.
Maria-chan, それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。さあ、バトラ君も。カノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
おー。
Maria didn't go out with everyone else but remained in the boiler room. The thing that she was staring so fixedly probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I I tapped her on the head.
おい、マリア。ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ。俺たち全員の命か。
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時誰も生き残れはしない。
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか。どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない。どうして怯えない。
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。マリアは黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。そこはね、しがらみも何もない全ての人たちがずっと一緒にいつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。マリアは楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later in the mirror I knew didn't seem to fit together. So who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, the series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives who once firmly denied the witch's existence start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Isn't that why she's in high spirits?
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ。
おお、だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。おお。
Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person, or did just one of the 18 get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Thought Natsu should still have it with her. Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Why is it so huge, dog? This shit's ginormous right now. Alright. Well, wow, I thought episodes 1 through 5... Well, actually, I thought episode 1 would just be focused around that first murder and having them all, like, blame each other or suspect each other. I thought the second episode would go over the next murder. And then the third episode all the way to the fifth one. I thought it'd be like that and they'd get to the Golden Land in the fifth episode. Then that's where, like, the climax would be. But it looks like it's all happening by the end of this first episode. Which is kind of crazy. I did not expect the direction to be taken like this. Not only that, but damn, I'm wondering like what they could even cover in these next few episodes, because this is a really long episode and it's just going over the murders and going to the Golden Land. So what the hell are episodes 2 through 5 going to be about? Not only that, what are 6 through 9 going to be about? Or 6 through 8, I think. I don't know how many episodes are in the answer arcs, but that's insane to me, dude. This... Whew. This game, bro. Shit, bruh. I forgot to look at all the dead bodies. Alright, let's see what, also that Kinzo. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. You always knew this was one possible result of this risky gamble. Oh, wait. So, the blood shows how, like, where they died. So, hers was in the head. His was this face. His was also in the head. You can see either of them by looking through the gap of the door. So you can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, so what are you possibly kill? Found another bit against the guest room in the match with the weapon or so nice, mixing out of her forehead. His wish. Where's Cannon? Oh yeah, he's still alive technically. So his head got smashed. Her head got smashed. Only her eye remained. His whole head got smashed. Her full head got smashed. Damn, the attention to detail is insane. I like that. I don't know if we'll have to remember this later. I doubt it, kind of. But... Whoa, we did not regain consciousness, so he's about... Oh, okay, so when that sound plays, that means the shit updated, I think. Okay, let me check now. Whoa. Oops. Yeah, that shit updated, okay. Found in the boiler room with weapons. I said, how presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. Okay. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Cannon was the only human to ever confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Cannon away, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださりありがとうございました。
Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed with a violent spurt of blood, so it's easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kennon's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Cannon-kun until the moment of his death. George Aniki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed them away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Emotion filled the words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but bang her head.
シュシカ、今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって。そしてバトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
There were tears in George Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I had done crying my all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカ。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
She's gonna die. with asthma.
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
ちくしょう、源氏さん話せよ。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして俺たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsui slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。だから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Although those words seem kind, they clearly show that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her, however, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだけど、なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとってさぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだとは思ってたけど、おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば、おばさんも本気で怒ります。
Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Eri was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsui's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. I felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Canon-kun, grandfather, there were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. 4 more deaths. Natsuhi! All the children are surviving.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではあります。犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
True. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 o'clock at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning. Bodies and minds were completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed some place to find out. We needed to find some place where we could get ourselves in.
私も同感です。
That's not gonna do shit. You saw the locked
もう
room.
みんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんでそこまでは調べなかったろうが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started on or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. We had to acknowledge that this was probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上全てのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。お屋敷もゲストハウスも全てです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと意味がないってわけだ。上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
True.
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
なら良いのですな。
Wait, the head of the family.
言いたいことがあるんだろうが。
So they killed the head
そいつは飲み込んで
after?
しばらく黙ってろ。
How did the epitaph go again? I forgot. Pretty sure the head was after the ones who were separated. The next was the chest. Cannon was the chest.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所。
Let me look up the epitaph again, because I'm very curious how these next people will die. Hopefully I don't get spoiled. Is no one gonna solve this riddle? Gouge the stomach and kill. Gouge the knee. Gouge the leg. The which survive and none shall be left alive. Journeys in shall. So stomach, knee, and leg. But they gouged so many heads though. Gouged Eva, Hideyoshi's, and chosen by the key. Those who shall praise my noble name. Cannon. Is it in his chest? Stomach. It's kind of like everywhere, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, no, now it's his chest. Okay, yeah.
それはどこです？
はい。親方様の書斎です。
私は反対だぜ。じい様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか
？2本です。1本は常に私が。
Alright, I am back. Where's my phone? Wait, seriously though, where's my phone? This always happens, bruh. Someone is capping beyond belief saying they read that first chapter in 8 hours? I highly refuse to believe that. That's insane. I mean, it's possible, but he ain't retaining none of that shit. That's... my nigga.
もう一本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
How did they get that? The burnt, filthy study key.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりました。私が お預かりさせていただいておりました。
なるほど。ということは金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
Press X to doubt.
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじいさまを犯人を連れ出して殺してる。絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
へえ、楽観的すぎだぜ兄貴。
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. That'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. That's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think that they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's gotta do is appear right in front of us and wow us with the colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい。ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。流しにご不浄、冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじいさまの最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ、ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですが、警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう南條先生。私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
A while back, I proposed a strange theory as a stopgap measure, but just as Aunt Ava said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could make grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does this mean the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Aunt Ava claimed? It is an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was a On Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, it had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexpected location is actually more dangerous? It's useless. It's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around right and wrong, we'll keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe Beatrice. Once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. If I keep spinning around forever, in the end my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. How far back in the past was it that Kiryu-san taught me about this chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested in it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kiryu-san was Dad's co-worker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Didn't Kiryu-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all-powerful. And would it be good to rely on it too much?
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたら、どんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないっすか。
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く、チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
弱点？
ええ。チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。
In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that process will always result in 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less, because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. For example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There were dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible that they could reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules had gone through the massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ。全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の理論で当てはめ相手の行動を読もうとする時点ですでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うとチェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に
I
弱
don't
い。
remember this in the conversation she had with him, but maybe I didn't pay attention fully, I don't know. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired? It makes a move that can hardly be called the best. Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use. If fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means, if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. So far I've used chessboard theory to guide several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind the case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? If Kirie-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. Till the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into the grandfather's study. But in the end, Natsuki persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George and his parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine that there only being a single culprit, one would be afraid of not Natsuki's rifle. This was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then Kumasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage Saturday really came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart just looked a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuki, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes in the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuki had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。今更ながらじい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
Felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. Like the door to the forbidden study which should defend against any who enter. When Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
Oh, すごいドア。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。多分ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
お？それどういうことだよ。
Maria pointed at the doorknob. Scorpion crest. Oh. Not the scorpion Maria gave her. Or Jessica, I think. That design, that's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて力がよく満ちている。魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとってこの魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
それは心強いじゃねえか。この部屋ならベアトリーチェの魔種から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
ならベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし使い魔だっている。それらを使っておじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りもこの火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけどこの島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。 なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り。
ああ、昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時は思って。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに。
ええ、夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
True. Couldn't lay one finger. Until he thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, gasped in surprise. Could it be? We already knew this. That this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsui's own room, but the magic repelling charm had been from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it.
よせよ、そういう話。魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。くそよくもカノン君を。
Click. Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. And only 4 people would make it out alive. Grandfather's study. I heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols. These walls would have been buried beneath pop idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room is a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. The door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see, this is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. There were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet. This was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make it absolutely sure we were secure, we checked all over ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking on all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could all be divided into 4 basic sections. A study section, a bedroom section, a toilet bathroom section. Oh, okay. I see the study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nandra looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would reach within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame has been rushed, or had been rushed, and the end was never completed.
金蔵さん、 やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
南條先生、
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた金蔵さんの2人が同居していたように思う。わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
The direction of Kumasawa's son's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hidden in the entrance hall, but small, made for his room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice, the grandfather, in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten the children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her, whether they were a witch or human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots in the background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
そうだ。母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ？
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
Yeah, y'all are slacking. I would have read that instantly the moment I saw it. What? It took 3 niggas to drop dead. After all, it was a letter that had left at this. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Natsui also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容は何と？
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
Natsui, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよ。
Hey, it's a third toilet.
なんだよこれ。うっせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。くそ。
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。こんなことは後宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
I spoke to Genji and Kumasawa, who nodded together.
ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか。
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of which Beatrice had long been deified among the servants, and probably been very close to grandfather in his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things and had increasingly come to deify the witch. His grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut. It wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly. That earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence.
お父様の愛人ですか?
That's what I was thinking too. Like, is she the mother of all of them? It's also an unmaintainable financial situation. Because who is the wife of Kinzo? Like, where did he birth those children? I don't know. Who knows? We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides his grandmother. Oh, okay, so grandmother exists. Okay. Never mind. I don't think Beatrice was concubine. No. Personally, yeah, no.
俺はてっきりそれはじい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだわ。
そりゃなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
汚らわしい話ですが一番納得できる筋書きです。どうですか、源氏。
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情をおありになられ亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
すでに死んでいる？
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms, so asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, Nobuya tried to understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ 深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. Grandfather spent every day shut-in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、源氏さん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのはじい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。違ったんだな。
By acting as though Beatrice's soul had at least been restored, and inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. The closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past. Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch. She is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Orokunjima that was still whispered amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost a person he loved above all else.
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる、会うことができるって。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. The promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
信じないよね。
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら 俺も信じたぜ。
バトラー。
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ。本当に魔法だよ。魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Some time passed as we listened to the sound of the rain. Consider what kind of love and madness had possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
同感だぜ。浮気は浮気。綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
The keyword Beatrice had been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、
Okay.
そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
No one carries the
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。
Oh no.
知ってるだろ？じい様が福音の家っていう孤児院に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
Oh, yes.
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは？
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices.
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
Pedophile. When Aunt Natsui scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. Is it? Freak words like sacrifices don't pop up often. Yeah, and I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I'd arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one at the entrance hall. That portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that had supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold.
生贄だ。
なんだよバトラ、急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
生贄を6人。あああああ
Both my eyes were wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right here from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around. The same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
間違いない。最初に死んだのは6人だ。そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
おお、私は最初からそう言ってる。
That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies. When Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. The culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かにざっと読むだけでも 6+2+5 で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が 2,3 人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。いや違うぜ。じい様は福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ、生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議をこの儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
When Jessica screamed this, Mary broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if corn lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, you roll the dice, get 3 6s. You're gonna believe it's put of some sort of miracle. I mean gotchas. But flipping a sandal, you have a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力を持って具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか？
Natsuki yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob. But I had been killed, mixed in along with those 6. The strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. Human could not perceive that. Human charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible!
だが夏日さん、確かに碑文の内容はその後をなぞっとる。
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか？
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第3の晩の言葉を手紙に書きその場に残したんだからね。
そうだな。第2の番を実行し、第3の番をその場に残した。第3の番はまさにさっき夏日おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
And the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? Fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Oniki's parents were killed with those demon ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
じいさまだ。
It's grandfather.
焼却炉の中で
He was
焼かれ
burned
て
in
た
the
から。
incinerator, and our eyes
そっ
were
ち
so
に目が
drawn
行っち
to
まっ
the
て気
part
づか
that
な
we
かった。
didn't notice.
じいさまも眉間
His
に。
forehead.
いや、
His head had been
頭
gouged.
をえぐられてた。
じい様が第4の番の犠牲者。じゃあカノン君は。
第5の番に胸をえぐりて殺せ。カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど、違う、誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、まだ3人が死ななければならないというのですか。
The sixth twilight gouged the stomach and kill. The seventh twilight gouged the knee and kill. The eighth twilight gouged the leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
Yeah, I knew it was
い
like
や、そいつ
much
はど
more
うか
literal.
な。あと3人が死ねば
Give
第
me these.
9の番になる。見てみろよ。
The ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じいさまは何が持ってきたったんだ。この儀式じゃ。じいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の番には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th night, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Lance treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじい様は死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり老い先短いじいさまが恋に狂っての自殺まがい、いや壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
天智、その可能性は考えられるのですか。
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
それってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか。手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は。
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。私にも 金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
Back at the recitation of the letter last night, Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that according to her contract with Ginzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. Then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. We take a straightforward approach. Maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. If we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
なんだって？
Maria was pointing at the top of the table. The canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. The Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but... So what? What in the... Okay, that kinda freaked me out, I'm not gonna lie. Natsu let out a hysterical cry, looking between her hand on the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? She's inside.
どういうことだよ、マリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
今見たら置いてあった。うん。
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
Holy shit! Natsu! Holy shit! Whoa, this music. Oh, this music, dude! Oh, oh, oh!
バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を読んで。
あ、
I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was a Nazir unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。このゲームに私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。引き分けはありません。そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
って内容だぜ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
So she's the one that's gonna do it.
私は肖像画の前に行く
She's gonna blast everyone to smithereens, and that's why
手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。そしてその時すでにゲストとジョージ君、マトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいる
の。お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしい。
she's gonna shoot someone in the
全員
stomach.
が疑わしいのか分かりません。しかし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢様。私がなぜそのようなことを。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We cannot tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it.
夏井さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。ですがお父様の主治医として、唯一無二の親友として、長くお父様と共にあられた。ビアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか。
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
It was pitiful to watch the Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Cannon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still come appearance looked so bold. Natsui pointed the barrel of the gun.
源氏、あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか。
そうお疑いいただけるのに、奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただけたということで、このような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。しかしこの手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか。お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。マリアちゃんもです。
Not content to suspect just the adults, Natsui pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です。
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ。ベアトリーチェが。
Holy shit!
バカにしてんのかてめえ。
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがってんだ。
マリアには分かんないよ。バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。だから見えないんだよ。ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。な
らどうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者がよみがえる。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
なんで調子兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ、夏日おばさん。ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Anatsi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George, Aniki, and I were standing on the side was because by coincidence we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria had started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right. They're all suspicious, but is this really okay? We throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we have the right of way The right to defy the lawlessness of the witch. Bow, bow. There, shot the niggas. Bow, bow, bow. Natsui didn't tell them to leave with their own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、夏日さん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。ですが今だけは分かってください。
分かった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。
The question is, are the four they're gonna kill the children now? The ones in that room? Or the ones outside? Because Beatrice is in this room apparently. So obviously that talisman didn't work for shit.
だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。嫌ですよ奥様。どうかお許しください。
It was obvious what Kuma-sama was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she would be being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasama-san really was suspicious for being the first one to discover that Kanokun had been murdered. At the time, everyone except Kumasama-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasama-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Natsui from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから、熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。
Oh my god.
テレビがなくてつまんない。
Dude, okay, so the people in Kinzo's room are dying one by one, nigga. It looked like Kumasama. Kumasama couldn't fight the flow and had to agree crying as she went. Nah, they're safe. The ones outside are safe because they literally all believe in they all, I don't know about Nanjo, but they all, those three at least, Genji, Maria, and Kumasawa, they all believe in Beatrice. So Natsui's gonna be possessed and shoot the fuck out of her kids and herself maybe.
できたら安全なところに、源氏。頼みます。
かしこまりました。
仕方ありませんね。子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。
Oh yeah, in the promised land, not in the mansion. Natsuhi, you're a fucking savage.
マリアは許す。
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。なのにこのような仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様よりすでにご恩を受けております。今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気にやまれませんよ。
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。
Man.
おやすみなさい。
A good night forever.
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back.
これ魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
おお、バトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
あん時はなんか尺になってなくしたとかほら吹いただけだ。お前の大切なお守りをなくすわけねえだろ。
Maria silently took the charm. I wasn't able to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out. We weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I'd been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly struck together, so I mistakenly thought there was only one. There were no other characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with red ink and blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I had never laid eyes on before. The Triforce? A large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. We didn't know what we could be, but we just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. Ksa. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning and everything would probably be fine. Once the typhoon passed and we heard the seagull cry, everything would be alright. But the letter which had unexpectedly appeared in the study forced us to reject that naivete. It made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. If the time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that would be used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know. Anything. Hell no. None of y'all can see her anyway. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. It's not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Shit, man. They need to chill with that, bro. Oh my god, it's huge. It's ridiculously big right now. Okay, midnight, I guess, is when the time is running out. God damn, though. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but quietly be tormented by that sin. Natsuhi faced the door, without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back at the sofa. She'd probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she'd used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica let Canon... Really? It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know? It's the kind of thing that other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means... she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible. So sad. Come to think of it, Kanekun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on this letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've gotten plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in the magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. How does that work?
熱心だね。何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
さっきの魔法陣？
まあな、どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか、面白そうだと思ってよ。
よせよ、そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
マリアのこと邪険にしすぎたかな。
I think you were too cool to everyone there.
今はそれを考えてはなりません。
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
Gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her, snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
Probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. When Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。だからあなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
I could feel a tragic determination in Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected to die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
バトラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
後ろ宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
それについては同感だぜ。ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。ってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。知ってるかい？
Damn, this is just like Elliot, bro.
魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
ああ。
Needing another personality to cover up the trauma and shit. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. Not one of the pages is showing a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from the witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday a witch would come, and using wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Horokinjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。マリアちゃんを、いや源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
気まずくはあるぜ。
Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのですか？
そうなんだよ。その話が始まっちまうと確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。だが全然ダメなんだ。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
ダメって何がだい？
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。つまりあの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ、おかしいんだよ。
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。そうだよ、おかしい。やるなら例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ、部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
Then they're gonna go out and try and find
そういう
them.
こと
They're
なん
all
だ。
dead.
あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことはリスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。だがどうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定した時、あの手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
よしなさいバトラ君、今さら些細な問題です。
Natsui quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had and simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がしてまんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
Come to think of it, when we found the Scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door. Wait. She couldn't get through it, but how was she right behind you guys? What the hell?
だとすると
How could Maria see that?
私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
Yep.
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うならこの部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Natsui had answered the question, and Natsui herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん、きついこと聞くぞ。もしあの時たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら、おばさんはこの部屋からジェ
Asking
シ
the
カも追い
real
出してた。
questions.
確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。ただジェシカはいいおふくろを持ったなってそう思ったのさ。
そうだね。夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わずずっとみんなを牽引してきた。
Without? Really?
もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃
He's just straight up lying.
犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがと
う。バトラたちの言いたいことはつまりこういうことだろう。マリアの母でもあってほしいって。私マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと思って可愛がってきた。なのにいろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃってひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。母さんお願いだよ。マリアもみんなも一緒にいようよ。私たちの中に 犯人なんていなかったんだよ。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。だからもう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
Natsui closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった大切な娘です。私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be, but even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day. I've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is.
見つけた。この魔法陣だ。
Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George Aniki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was Psalm 77 verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their downfall. That's exactly what just happened. Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? I couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は罠だってのかよ。どうやってここに置いたんだよ。この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのか、その方法は捨ておくぜ。とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。この鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。
だとしたら狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
母さん、どうしよう。あの4人が危ない。
I wasn't surprised that Natsui remains unpleasantly silent. And if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the four had been chased out of the room or were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the four people in here. There was no way to prove the innocence of the four people we chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. That time suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. Shit, that scared me. It was an antique extension phone set on a table in grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from one of the ones we chased out. But then Natsui spoke.
どうして電話が故障していて使えないはずなのに。
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら。
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話は
It's a trap. That one sentence during the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly alert from some unknown person. Natsui hesitated over whether to pick it up with the receiver. Do not do it. Nope. George, do not do it.
電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性
は No, you cannot.
そうだぜ。
No.
それに万一犯人からの電話だったらちょうどさ、話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。
You will all
それにどうせ電話だ。受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。
Okay, Battler. I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Natsui grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Natsui kept saying hello. Silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means... could this phone call possibly really be Natsui stopped repeating a loved one's story into her ears because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? A scream?
Utaって何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。何のことやら。
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。もしもし。
I half forced the receiver from the stunned out Natsui's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything, because I'd been told about it before and I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. It sounded like a girl singing a song. It sounded like Maria's. The person who made this phone call, who was it?
おい、もしもし。誰だ、返事をしろ。歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。
わからねえ。一つ言えることは、多分これは罠で、そしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ。
Natsui took the receiver again, but after yelling into several more times, she realized she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. The phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Natsui's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect.
行こう。罠かもしれないことは分かってても行かないわけにはいかない。
ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Natsui stopped us.
お待ちなさい。あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行きます。ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
Genji the stomach, Kanjo the knee,
その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。
Kumasama the leg.
俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがある。
No, Kumasama the knee,
留守番を残すのは適当
Nanjo
じ
the
ゃね
leg.
議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
Let's go hard. Natsui raised the rifle high and took the lead. I could go unarmed myself. I found a three-pronged candle stand and ready to. Okay, Dalinar. Although the pins you feel on it use like a shirt on the three-pronged spear. Can ward off evil dope. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were stupid, doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room.
Maria! どこにいるんだよ! 返事をしろ!
I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。階下に降りてみよう。
そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
Found Natsui in the center, her rifle ready to finger on the trigger. Finger on a trigger, I ain't there, no them nigga. We moved into group hooks together. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle design had spread this good at birth. Split up, and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. It was a separate world where it would be anything. Something to occur. And that's why we nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. Felt like the emotion was out of fear rather than caution. Rifle shield in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。人力だけであれだけ深々と衝突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように、私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks. Could I do anything to combat it with this candlestick in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once as they discussed the inherent film in the dining hall. And there were four of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Aniki, Jessica, and of course, Aunt Natsuhi, stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step over another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. Finally reached the first floor. Parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony. She'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we'd called out in loud voices asking Maria where she was. But this time no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door of the parlor was closed. Oh, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Natsui put her hand on the handle of the doorknob. Joraneki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
わかりました。気をつけて。
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ、ジョージ兄さん。
Bang bang. Shut the nigga. Bang bang.
じゃあ、行くよ。
It's locked. Tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Natsui took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys. None of us had a clue which one was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. Shit, my heart's racing. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice singing from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We've been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things that had occurred outside that room, that had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
ありがとう。ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよう。扉を開けてボサッとしたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
承知しています。いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack him with this candle stand, nigga. This is Battler-kun. Natsume and I ran into the door before climbing to the parlor. Quickly splitting up left and right, searching for the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. What our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. Oh my god. This place where we spent almost the entire day. We pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice. It's stained with fresh blood. From an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kuma-sama-san, Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained red with blood. Holy fuck, dude. At the 8th twilight, gouged the leg. Where the fuck Genji? He's the stomach, yeah. Gouge his stomach and kill. What about, it's the fucking god, dude. Slider weapon, resembling an ice pick sticking out of it. His face had been smashed. And it probably had weapons and an ice pick sticking out. Her face had been smashed. Holy fuck. This is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like your smashed the parents in the shit. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped or their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato Popeyes, all squished up. That wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh? No, his knee? That's right, of course, it's his knee. Oh, in the epitaph, the 6th toilet was his stomach. The 7th toilet, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kuma-sama-san's calf, I couldn't help but masochistically laugh. That's right. The 6th twilight gouged his stomach and killed. The 7th twilight gouged the knee and killed. And the 8th twilight gouged the leg and killed. Not even the 8th twilight is over. Maria was there. Oh my god, dude. That's so fucking creepy. She was facing the wall in a part of the room, standing stock still. Completely. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There's nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed. The photo serum which Still Alpha took, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that, and Maria had her back. So she kept singing while facing the wall. Couldn't even scream when this was our scene. Would only stare shocked with their mouths hanging loosely open. Jessica called out to her. Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So, now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. But now none of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right, even if that's crazy, though, it could be Maria.
Maria, 歌うのやめろ。聞いてるのか?
At some point, and that's where we had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice. There was no reaction. She just kept singing. The candle stand still readied. I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. As though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
マリア、これはどういうことなんだ。誰がやった？
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ。
I threw the candle stand I had been holding against the wall. Violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんなバトラ君。マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定したぜ。19人目はいるんだよ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。奴はこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ。何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ。
知らない。
知らねえってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
落ち着いてバトラ君。マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししようね。
Georgia and Iggy, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
うん、ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
みんなで客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
おお、でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。長女になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
はあ？冗談も休み休み言いやがる。そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
信じられないよね。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じないもん。でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。おじい様の書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。みんな嫌だって言ったよ。熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってた。でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。どうしてだと思う？バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかった。だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからない。さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっとずっと歌ってたんだよ。だから何も聞こえない、わからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
それを信じろってのか？バカにするんじゃねえぜ。
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてたまるか。俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいね。絶対に俺が認めねえ。だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。この俺がそんなことを認めね
よせよバトラー。マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ。
あれ、夏日おばさん、おばさんがいない。
What the fuck?
あれ、
母さん
Oh
どこ行ったの？
fuck no.
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
A letter? That makes sense. The cover must be so exhilarated now that they've reached the height of the 8th twilight. Even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle of the door, but it resisted trying and wouldn't open. Oh, y'all are
母さん、お母さん、何これ。開けて、開けて。
It's only natural. Natsuhi picked up the candle sandwich and badly thrown out the wall and taken it fall to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknob and the door as like a bolt holding them closed. The intricate design of the candles had caused it to get caught solidly and make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was a place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice.
Ushiromiya家代表、後宮夏日です。姿を見せなさい。黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone in the center of the room, everything was blooded up by jet-black darkness. Whew! That darkness. Butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
ようやく姿を現しましたね。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したなんて私は未だ信じることができない。でもそれは問題ではありません。後宮家の代表であると自負する私と後宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが今この場にいるあなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。さあ決着をつけましょう。後宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。この後宮夏日か、あなたベアトリーチェか。あなたの決闘の申し出謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
Gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle. scared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsui's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Bradley made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barred. Impossible for a big gap to be opened in the door. Kept taking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once.
Jessica-chan, 一人で先走っちゃいけない。今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
At who? At the culprit? The noise had come from the entrance hall. The entrance hall looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground, bathed in light, reading the beauty of that silence. Aunt Natsui lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsui's forehead. It was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood and ruby had been placed there. Oh, now she died. Hold on. How though exactly? Yeah, now it's just the kids. How impudent for to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. Shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. From it, one stream of blood makeup passed her. Began to transverse her face. Faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsui still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why?
どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出してどうして自分の額を撃ち抜いてるんだよ。マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。手紙がない。そう、おばさんは何を読んでどうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。何なんだよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。私を置いてくんだよ。
Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched her from Aunt Natsui's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into darkness on all sides. So I was pointing at a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, trying to call the figures, it might have been a fruitless effort. Really, Maria was completely indifferent. So this is all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate. No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ至るだろう。これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチェ。おめでとう、おめでとう。だからマリアを導いて。あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ、今こそ。
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of her love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。この島には18人いた。 14人死んだ。残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで、いや台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。もう旅は終わったんだよ。ほら時計を見てごらん。
It's already midnight. Isn't 24 hours a trench time? It could be called 24 hours, and it could be called 0 though. Zero, the culmination of the previous day. At the same time as hour 0 as the next day begins. Recently called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Mary was running up to her. Jessica hugged their mother's corpse. As Georgianiki stood there confused. I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. The thing that Mira was running through the portrait's subject. You gotta be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Which just don't exist. I won't accept it. Just like something like that was really fast. I said it, turned around. So clean to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。バカだね、人間は。
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動かしてみろ。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
As the witch note, the witches laughed, and the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It's probably telling us the time was 24 hours. It's both a tone that led us to culmination to this day, and a tone informing us that we'd all return to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been revealed.
バトラー、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ。
Please die.
旅は終わって、魔女は蘇ったよ。
And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. That's big as fuck, nigga. The storm has passed. The leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone. Yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18 of even the children seemed hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then many years later, a strange wine bottle that had been drifted onto the waves of the pier by a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written upon it in cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, people will finally learn the truth of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. The incident was later called by many names, such as the Okajima mass murders, the 18 killings from Hajima, the lead through Didolantes from all over, knew it as the Witch Legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claimed it was all the result of a immoral ceremony that had sealed off the island. Those 2 mysterious days were savagely embellished with many different interpretations of the story began to spread far away. However, not one of these interpretations approached the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes the mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushiro Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-complete investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where, of course, they don't want this done. I can't read all that. You can read that for yourself. So I'm curious, are the other episodes just routes of the same day occurring over and seeing like a different like timeline of what would have been, maybe? Or do they go into the Golden Land and we see some shit happen? Or are there different sacrifices for each of the different episodes? Wait. So this is like by far the worst ending, I'm assuming. Or I don't even know. I wonder. Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you. I know who you are. That was by far the worst ending, damn. Battler straight up denied the witch's existence, huh? Can I save it, please? Holy shit. I'm intrigued! I'm intrigued! Purgatorio.
おお、みんな海猫の鳴く頃にお疲れさん。やれやれ、わけがわかんないうちに物語が終わっちまったな。
つまりなんだ？あれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか？
おお、きっとバッドエンド。
Yeah, that was a fucking horrible ending.
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
そうですね。ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
それはどうかな。シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。ひでえ目にあった者同士仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。ベロベロベロ。
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ。綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら一番最初に殺されるし、しかもなんだっけ、顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ。最悪だよな。
Holy shit.
そういうお役目でしたら仕方ありませんし。
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
どうもそうみたいだね。なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
結局
Damn, Battler wasn't even granted an audience. The witch, that's crazy.
カノン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。だってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
そうだね。あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。エヴァおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。人間にはできない。
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている。
となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。黄金の魔女にね。
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。みんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたのでしょう。
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら大勢の生贄が必要だった。その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
痛かったわけじゃないですし、それにほら今はこうして全然平気ですから、へっちゃらです。
After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館物なんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
ファンタジーじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
ええ、分かっています。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。劇中の僕らは それを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、今ならはっきり言えるよ。どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
犯人は魔女だった。その一点において何の曇りもねえぜ。ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、ここで気を取り直してちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか。
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェも喜ぶ。
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね、あの手紙は。
Yeah, the best friend in the world, but when it appears like that, I don't know, bro.
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェ様。
自分のメモがある。みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
そうかもしれません。私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
まあすっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。今からでも再挑戦するってことで魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。ささ碑文の謎に挑戦してみよう。なになに、懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
ちょいと待てよ、お前ら。
Where the hell are we?
お前ら、さっきから聞いてりゃ何を思考停止してんだ。なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
Balor always. Damn, it evaporated. God damn. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. I would too. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized he hasn't chosen his words wisely.
だって明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
そうだぜ、そうだぜ。どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
そうですよね。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
バトラ様が何を言い出すのか僕には分かりません。
バトラ様。
お前たちこそ何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
Balor's very anti.
じゃあ私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、あれは人間が犯人ならどう再現するというのですか？
そりゃまあどうやったらあんまひでえことができるのかちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。でもあそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。きっと中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。わかんねえけどよ。例えば電の子とかグラインダーとか、そんな電動工具でも使ったのかもしれねえじゃないか。
それは
じゃあバトラー、じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。扉は封印されていたのにじい様は忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。じい様が何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。別に魔法を使わなくたって他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
それはそうだけどよ。
ならバトラ君、僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。無論窓もね。どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
まあ確かにそのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。いや、あるいはその隙間から何かを出したとか。確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。だが密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。とにかく俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
それはひどい暴論じゃないか。説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。一見できなさそうに見えてもどうせできるんだよ。それがお約束ってもんだろうが。
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。できねえだろ。
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。その論法で言っちまったら世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。マリアたちは人間にはできない、だから人間じゃない存在が犯人、それが魔女だとそう言っている。なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。地球が回ってるはずがない、説明はできないけど宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよう。
True。
なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが、つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。人間に可能だと説明できない、
Oh, I love you, dude.
犯人が魔女ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
I'm sending him
そこまで
everything,
押し付け
bro.
ているわけではありません。ただバトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
世まい事
Hold up, where's Rez? I fucking love Rez, bro. Rez, where are you? I'm sending you everything I have, nigga. You're the only one that gives me shit. He's literally the only one that gives me shit. That's insane to me. What exactly did he say? I didn't see that. It's not forcing you to go, therefore we're just wondering what basis you could say such nonsense on. Nonsense.
なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？おかしいのは俺なのか？さっきからえれえ不愉快だぞ。
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？あの時18人の所在は 全員がはっきりしていました。にもかかわらず僕は殺されている。
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。例えば熊沢のばあちゃんだ。カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。何しろ焼却炉からはじいさまの遺体の悪臭だ。必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
そうだよ。あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
さようです。バトラ様、どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
いや、それはわからねえ。でもとにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは誰かが嘘をついて。こうも考えられるぜ。そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。そうだ、自作自演だ。エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。自分で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
バトラー、お前さっきから頭大丈夫か？
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
そこまで荒れみの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろ。俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
お約束って？
つまりだ、カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。でもそれは生存者だけの話だ。もし死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明できる。
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？でもおばさんたちの死亡については南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
そうです。南條先生は全ての犠牲者について確認しています。もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか？
ああ、そうだな。南條先生が犯人の一味で嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ話は変わってくるぜ。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
それはだな。そうさ、南條先生は偽装師なんだ。何しろ南條先生以外に検視ができるやつはいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。本当に脈が止まってるかなんてのんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。この論法なら死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
そうだぜ、その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
いやいや、最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ。なら内側から開けられるし。そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。苦しいか？あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな。 ほら自分でも言ってたぜ。剣士は誤信率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。ましてや魔女、それだけは断じてありえない。
バトラがさっきからなんでかたくなにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんないつまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
そういうわけじゃねえ。ただ安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にいたとしてもそれは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって、それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。魔女なんているわけないだろ。なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ。そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。ジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。なんでこうパーンと全面降伏して魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ。お前らさっきから何なんだ。
The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake.
呆れてるんだよ。バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけだから。それで人間にどうやって、具体的には。そう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けでとか抽象的な言葉で逃げたりお茶を濁したり。むしろ知りたいよバトラ。どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのにどうして？
いねえからだよ。魔女なんかいねえ。いるわけがねえ。
It's almost like a spoiled child who doesn't want to accept something. Pitying gazes quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ。
バトラ様、お気持ちはわかりますが。
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。どうして電球が明るくなるのか、仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか。違うだろ。魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。そうだろ。
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だからバトラのその猛邁な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡が、魔法が完成しないんだよ。
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろ。全員が認めた嘘は真実になる、そういうこったろ。あいにくだな。ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。 お断りだ。お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
ふん、どうして？
悪いが最後の最後でもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。それは人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺に見せるだけの話なんだ。さらにだ、さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きないってな。真の奇跡は誰が信じようと信じまいと勝手に起こる。たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法も、そして魔女も嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
Interesting. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, and at Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent.
Beatrice! よい。久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたものよ。
お前誰だ？
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬか。よいよい。
Wait a minute, is episode 2 really inside the tea
こちら
party?
のお方は1000年を生きる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様にあらせられます。
ご機嫌うるわしゅう、ベアトリーチェ様。
バトラ君の暴言をどうかお許しください。
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
よいよい。
Queen!
大抵の魔女は生き焼き。そなたのような気骨ある男も時にはよい。
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれるのはとても光栄なことだよ、バトラー。
こりゃたまげたぜ。そこまでして俺に魔女が19人目が犯人だと思い込ませた
Fucking Battler, dude.
ますますに気に入った。だから全然ダメだぜ。
全然ダメだぜ。
マリアたちが主張する魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。そして全員がその存在を信じることでようやく存在を許される。そういう虚構の存在なんだろう。だから俺にも信じさせたい。俺だけが信じないから存在できない。そうなんだろう。
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては理解力は悪く。なるほど。どうやらそなたが生まれながらに
Damn.
魔力に強い抵抗力を持つらしいな。我ら魔女の天敵をどう逆さに振るってみせようとも決して我らを信じん。だから魔法が及ばない。お前のその態度にも納得がいこうというものよ。
Beatrice, my queen.
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ。わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが、俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ。確かにこの2日間妙なことは何度か起こった。さっきマリアに言われた通り俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが、個々に具体的にはまだ挙げられてねえ。だからといって屈するわけじゃない。 俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ。説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には絶対ならねえぜ。
ますますに気に入ったぞ。お前は屈服させがいがある。お前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたいぞ。お前のような男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたいものよ。
お嬢様。
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってる。俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ。すべての出来事人間とトリックで説明してやる。そこには一遍たりとも魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はね
え。よい。それでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。ならば聞こう。お前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったが、人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるのか説明するが
いい。いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがったな。ってことはこのトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ。真犯人さんよ。
With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out through the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was... That's right, it's the door to the room where Ava and Hideyoshi were killed.
便利じゃねえかよ。
さて、このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるのか、バトラとや
ら。多分あのアイスピックを打ち出せる射出機があるんだ。そいつを使って。
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うのか。そしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うのか。
くそ、隙間はある。何か方法があるはずなんだ。
お前に思いつかぬならわらわがやってみせてもよいぞ。
ほう、魔女様ならどうやって見せるったんだよ。お手並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
バトラ、ベアトリーチェに口の利き方が存在。
よいよい、愉快な男よ。それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせてえかよ。俺が降参したらな。だが見てろ、きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて逆にてめえを俺のケツにキスさせてやるぜ。
愉快な男よ。覚えておこうぞその約束。弱き魔女は力を得るために悪魔の尻にキスをする。それを超える屈服の誓いはないからな。そこまで言わせたからこそわらわはお前を屈服させてみたくなる。
Paying no mind of Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, the golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでなさいな子供たち。我こそ煉獄の案内に滞在を許せし7つの悔いを持て。
Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people.
ベルゼブブにアスモデウス。さあさあ罪を許しなさい。罪人の魂を解放なさい。
Pigs of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The true stakes of the demons were stuck through the crack of the door like billiards ball struck a Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker, and a pleasant sound could be heard. Shit. Shit. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and falling accidentally slices through the wood. It was the sound of two picks burying themselves deep into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads.
ど真ん中というところを見てみる
They definitely heard two sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it since he was not on the other side of the door. But those who had died again, the second time they were an inch apart where they had lain last time with the exact same blood spray as before.
バカ野郎。そんなめちゃくちゃで殺せてたまるかよ。
殺せるともこのように殺せるとも
Suddenly they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher.
カノンはさまつな怒りにとらわれ、わらわの宴を乱そうとした。怒りにとらわれやすいのに、お前の大罪を清め、悔いてやり直すがいい。
リチさ
ベアトリーチェ様、どうかお許しください。カノン君は十分に反省したと思います。
よい。わらわは敬う者に寛大である。
ふざけるな！こんな三本芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うなよ。何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年程度のミステリー界が作ったお約束の累積上にあるだけだ。魔法なんかじゃねえ。断じてねえ。事件の全ては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
我が1000年を人間どもの100年で語るか。よいよい。だからこそわらわはお前を気に入る。
愚かなバトラ
ー。よすんだ、バトラ君。ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。
Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. Apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
シャロン！シャロン！しっかり！しっかり！どうしたってんだよ！くそ、なんなんだこりゃ！この赤いのは！
It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce battler finally realized.
頼む！バトラ君！ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ！五章だから！君が信じないから！信じないから！魔法が 溶けてしまう。
For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and their last horrible moments in the storehouse were repeated once again.
シャロン、シャロン、うわくそくそ、やめろやめろやめろ、シャを恥ずかしめるな、シャを恥ずかしめるな。
This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought in his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, the redness reached the nearby Jessica as well.
やめろやめろやめろ、兄貴が何をした、ジェシカが何をした、もうやめろ。
パトラ魔女なんかにくじけるんじゃ、否定しろ、ぶっ消してやれ。こいつは誰か一人でも否定する限り存在できない幻影なんだ。
大丈夫かジェシカ。兄貴。
George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat had been scraped. The only thing left that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and rib cage. It was clear that Jessica, who was covered in a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Oh God, not Maria.
早くベアトリーチェを信じて、じゃないとみんなの魔法が解けてしまう。
マリア、お前も全身に。
わらわは魔法で全ての死者を蘇らせる。でもお前が信じない限り、それは真の力を持たない。もっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはあるまい。
パトラ、私たちは身内を疑いたくなかった。現実から目をそらしたから魔女に屈してしまった。でもパトラなら魔女になんか屈しない。
ジェシカ、ジェシカ。
Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up it was impossible to tell them apart.
パトラ、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれるよ。だから悲しくないよ。だから死んでも
Oh no, Maria. Maria too? The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. Oh no. The foolish Battler watched and screamed.
てめえは許さねえ。絶対に許さねえ。何が魔女だ、何が魔法だ。俺は全身全霊をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。何が何でもてめえを認めるわけにはいかねえ。俺をここまで敵に回しやがった以上絶対にてめえだけは許さねえ。許さねえ、許さねえ、絶対許さねえ。よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。何が何でも貴様を否定してやるぞ。どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。てめえをこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってや
る。よくぞ言ったぞバトラとやる。それでこそ我が千年の退屈も紛れるという。さあ説明するがいい。人間とトリックとやらで説明してみせるがいい。そして人間の身の程を知るがいい。我が千年を人間どもが気づいたとかいう100年で太刀打ちできるか試してみるがいい。それでこそお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。さあ聞こう。バトラとやらマリアの手紙は6人の殺し方はシャッター、レシートの封印はチェーンの密室はカノンのボイラー室は源氏たちの客間は夏日の自殺は気分の謎は隠された黄金のありかは。さあバトラとやら人間の力を見せてもらおうではないか。
Oh! Holy shit, my nigga, I love this right now. My boy Battler Coon. Battler Coon. Oh my god. Whew. Oh man, I am ready for these routes. I'm ready. Oh god. What is this, episode 2? 3? What's going on? Can I save? Additional new elements. The gauntlet is thrown. Holy shit. Alright. Oh my god, that's my MC, nigga! Wait, I can remove. I don't have to go in order? And lose interest. If you do not, you will be confused and lose interest. Alright. What What the fuck did I just do? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Oh my god, okay. Well, we continue this another time. That was fucking amazing. Oh, woo. Oh, I wonder how long this stream is. At least 7 hours. No, 9 hours, because I started around 12.